Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are you guys doing today? It is a Sunday, which is not a normal stream day, but, you know, I figured maybe we'd go ahead and do it. Maybe we'd go ahead and have a stream tonight because, well, to be honest, I'm cooking a brisket. And so my night is going to be all kinds of messed up anyway, because I have to make sure the smoker maintains its temperature throughout the night. So I'm going to be like popping in and out of sleep, checking on that stupid thing. And yeah, because we've got a nice slow smoke on a brisket. So that being said, we're here. Tonight we're going to be going through a recent decision from the Texas Second Court of Appeals on the TCPA. So this is adjacent to the Vic Mignogna situation. And I'm going to have to preface this with about 100 billion disclaimers. All right. What is 100 billion disclaimers through this. This came out on Thursday. Obviously we didn't get Vic's decision on Thursday, but this ruling came out on Thursday, and I thought really hard about whether or not we were going to actually go through it, because I don't want people to get the wrong idea from the stream, and I don't want people to get the wrong idea from the ruling. But I think it's worth going through for a couple reasons. One is this. Even if you get the wrong idea, I think it's okay to have a little encouragement from time to time and not just be full on black pill all day, every day. So I think that's one point in favor of reading this opinion. And because one thing that you should take out of this is you should take an encouraging perspective from the Second Court of Appeals. I mean, spoiler alert, this is a good ruling for Vic if the Court of Appeals is consistent in how they apply things. That being said, what goes into an appeal is a lot of stuff. And so just because they rule this way and answer some questions that would be similar to questions that Vic's case would be asking in a positive way, doesn't mean that they're actually going to have positive answers in Vic's case, if that makes sense. And so that's where I want a lot of the disclaimers to go. The danger of doing this is to look at this, to see something hopeful and to see some potential. Oh, look at that. Autofocus. We'll fix that. To see some potential for some good outcomes for Vic. And then if they don't come, being feeling a little bit pissed off or let down because the court didn't apply things in the same way or whatever. That's a real risk here. So at the risk of promoting too much hopium or copium or whatever it is, we're going to go through this. That's the long and short. So this will be a good stream to ask any questions that you might have about the Vic case. If you need some refreshers or if something pops up, go ahead and feel free to ask that. This will be a good time to ask your Vic questions. And other than that, buckle up, buckaroos. This is a 57-page opinion. Now, not all of it is text. We've got some superfluous pages for our purposes. as well. What is going on here? Anyway, we'll adjust this in a minute. Of course, there is a couple chats to read through real quick. Housekeeping stuff for this week. Thursday, we will be having a midday show, 2 p.m. Central Time, with Heel versus Babyface. And I have been waiting. Love that guy. Miss streaming with him. Always have fun. So I'll be doing some painting. He'll be doing some painting. We'll be doing lots of yakking and joking. Those are fun streams. They happen in the middle of the day. That'll be Thursday, 2 p.m. Central Time. Now, I know what members of the Discord might be thinking. Members of the Discord might be thinking, wait a minute, that's during Live Chat Thursday. Here's the thing. Live Chat Thursday has been getting kind of terrible. So I think I'm going to move back to Live Chat Wednesday. At the same normal time. Well, it'll either be 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. on Wednesday for Live Chat Wednesday. I know that the change from Wednesday to Thursday was not great for a lot of people. I thought it would be better for me, and it's not. So Wednesday, we're gonna go back to that. We'll try it out this week. Other housekeeping things. Tomorrow morning, that's Monday morning, the Chauvin trial jury selection starts at 8 a.m. The jury selection has been going on. The jury selection itself is nuclear levels of boredom. However, there will be some motion hearings happening in the morning tomorrow, and I think we're going to try to run a stream at 8 a.m. tomorrow. If you're a morning person, you're probably not here, and this message is probably not going to anybody who will hear it. But that's gonna happen. I'm gonna try. Woo! That'll be a mess. So yeah, we'll see what motions they have to go through. We'll see what arguments they have to make. We'll see how the judge rules. Might watch a little bit of jury selection. We're not going to watch like all 8 hours or anything like that, I don't think. Unless people are like super into it. But I don't think people are going to be super into jury selection. Because jury selection is like... how do I word this? Jury selection is like being in a spacesuit on a spacewalk, and you're right at the airlock door, like about to float out, and someone grabs onto something and Spartan kicks you out of the airlock of the space station or shuttle or whatever, and you just float until you die because there's nowhere to go. That's what it's like. You're just there dying slowly. That's what watching jury selection is like. So, but I think the motion arguments may be more interesting. We'll see. So that's that. Nate the Lawyer had a phenomenal video out on it. Yeah, if you do a short video on it, you can make things interesting. If you're going to just sit and watch it happen, find something else to do at the same time. Okay, we've got some super chats, and then we're going to get into the document here. So, Funny Valentine 2020. Wow, that was a whistly F. Funny Valentine 2020 says, "Hey Nick, bought the Sparrow per your recommended. 50 pages in and enjoying it so far. Thoughts on the follow-up Children of God? I haven't read it yet. I want to and I don't at the same time. Also missed Flash's stream this week. Thoughts on Redo of Healers episode 8 and 9. They're good. They're kind of filler episodes. The silhouette, the shadow cast over the Demon Lord was one of the funniest things that's happened in the show so far. That was good. The bull taking the Minotaur to Pound Town was also pretty funny. Pretty funny stuff. Other than that, I mean, very mild character development going on. The healer himself, you know, there's a weird character element of him where they're fetishizing his revenge addiction, which is strange because I wonder, since they're Japanese and the Japan is terrible at telling stories. I know you anime guys are really gonna like start pounding on me for this, but you have to understand that there's a really interesting thing they can do with his fetishized perspective on revenge, and they can use it to grow and develop the character. But because they're Japanese, I don't think they're going to. Because I have no faith in their ability to tell stories. I'm sorry. They're just so bad at it so often. So we'll see. If this kind of character development were in a book written by like a very careful author and gone through several editors, maybe they would do it, but I don't know if they're going to. But I want to be clear. I'm enjoying the heck out of the show. It's a very fun show. It's very upbeat on the sexual assault. So, so that's my brief review of them. I'm waiting for something more to happen. Every like the gimmicks of the anime girl. Of course, this is in some ways a harem anime, and so the gimmicks of the anime girl sort of memes are funny, but they're also tiring. So, head pats all around, I guess. All right. Kosk says, stream on Sunday and not late. What witchcraft is this? Well, I don't know. Oh, and Tuesday I get my hot tub, so. What is up? Fenrir Lycros says, if you're in the DFW area on April 11th and want to support Vic, the church at Buffalo Creek has booked him as a special guest. Maybe Facebook Live, depending on Vic. However, we are a small church and our equipment is not the best. So there you go, guys. The church at Buffalo Creek in the Dallas-Fort Worth area on April 11th. What's he doing? Is he doing like a concert? Like a Christian music concert or something? That would be great. Ryan English, the Sparrow is not bad. It is not objectively bad. It's not boring. And it's certainly not degrading. What are you talking about? Oh, man. The Sparrow's fantastic. Okay. Michael Campbell, I don't even know what type of hot tub I bought. I don't remember. I don't remember the model number or anything. Ryan English, I'm talking about The Sparrow by Maria Doria Russell. Right? That's the name? Where did it go? And I can't find it on my shelf. There it is. Mary Doria Russell. But, anyway. I've got the hot tub information somewhere. It's just not here. All right, let's jump into this. Let's jump into this thing here. Oh man, we gotta center that. I'm not drawing in Sharpie on a hot tub. What are you talking about? All right, so this is the appeals for Carly Jones Miller versus Michelle Watkins. Did I see Ron complaining about Chup dismissing their side's claims against Ty? No, I don't pay attention to what Ron says unless it specifically, uh, Ryan, stop it. You're smarter than that. Ryan English, I'm going to fight you on this. You're smarter than that. That's not what the book is about, and you know it. That's, oh my goodness. Okay. Anyway, focus. I don't pay attention to what Ron says unless it directly enters my feed. Okay? So, unless I get to, and half the time I don't see what he says even then. Like if he's just commenting on my stuff, I don't see what Ron says. I don't care what Ron says 90% of the time. It's usually stupid. So I'm not following it. So no, I didn't see him complaining about Chup dismissing their stuff against Ty. They don't have anything to complain about against Ty. Other than if appeals come back, they'll have something to complain about, and that'd be that he beat him on appeals. That'd be their only thing to complain about. Other than that, and there's the number of reasons that this should come back on appeals is high, but I'm trying not to maintain any level of optimism. All right, Tina says, yeah, anime has bad storytelling, but the storytelling of Big Brother 1, 2, 3 is top notch. What? Oh, no. Okay. Simply Green, Drex can't go in a hot tub, you racist. Why would you even bring that up? Am I going to show you the Earthworm Jim 2 book when I get it? When I actually get it, I only have the black and white Earthworm Jim 1 book. Okay, memorandum opinion. Here we go. Introduction. In this accelerated appeal, appellant Carly Jones Miller raises 2 issues challenging the trial court's denial of a motion invoking the provisions of the Texas Citizens Participation Act. So this is a case where the person filed a TCPA motion and lost their TCPA motion, and then they appealed it to the appeals court, and the appeals court upholds the decision that TCPA was not right. So this case is moving on. Arctic Pride. Yeah, I ordered the Earthworm Jim 2 book through Kickstarter in the initial campaign, and I ordered the black and white book through the Indiegogo, and it seems that the Indiegogo fulfilled faster than the Kickstarter, because apparently, like, the way the Kickstarter works is a mess. But on to this. Watkins suit challenge alleged causes of action against Miller for defamation and tortious interference with actual and prospective contract. The suit alleged that Miller had made defamatory statements to various governmental and private individuals when she challenged whether Watkins should be permitted to teach classes at a school where Miller's daughter was a pupil. Miller moved to dismiss Watkins' suit, claiming that the statements that she made were an exercise of rights protected by the TCPA. Watkins responded to the motion by filing several items of evidence that she argued established a prima facie case for each essential element of the claims that she had brought against Miller. The trial court found that Watkins had met her burden to establish a prima facie showing that her claims were meritorious and should not be dismissed. We conclude that the trial court's ruling was correct. This opinion focuses on our conclusion that Watkins presented prima facie proof establishing the elements of her defamation claim. Because this conclusion is dispositive, we do not address whether Miller properly invoked the TCPA. Also, we do not address whether Watkins presented prima facie proof of her tortious interference claim because that appellate contention was waived by Miller due to being inadequately briefed. We also overrule Miller's contention that Watkins lacked standing to bring her suit because she failed to comply with the Texas Defamation Mitigation Act, and that the trial court should have considered Watkins' request for injunctive relief to be a discrete legal action that is subject to dismissal under the TCPA. Okay, so long story short on this, they're only hitting the defamation. They're not hitting the tortious interference because the tortious interference was inappropriate or ineffectively briefed, which was let's see. So Miller is the defendant, and Watkins is the plaintiff. So Watkins wins on the defamation and the TI because Miller didn't brief the TI defense. So that's going to go on to trial. Padre speaks, I will not miss your super chat. I guess I'll just read it now. My first brisket was a point I cooked unwrapped at 225 on my Weber kettle. Took me 11 hours. Best burn-ins I ever had. By the way, paint stream when? Paint stream will be Thursday with Az. So there you go. All right. So then there are some other claims in there that they're just not going to get to. Texas Defamation Mitigation Act. We had some experience with that during Vic's thing, but largely that fizzled out to be nothing. Tina says that I'm an idiot and anime is awesome. While I am an idiot and anime is awesome, that doesn't mean that the Japanese are good at telling stories in anime. They're really not. By and large, they're very bad at it. There are a couple good stories in anime, but come on now. Come on now. Okay, that being said, they're usually god-awful at telling stories. They can entertain the heck out of you. They can be wonderful and lots of fun. But, all right, factual background. To set the scene for the parties' dispute, Miller and Watkins each have daughters who attend the same elementary school, are in the same grade, and are friends. This is nice to have your parents in a lawsuit. I wonder if they're still friends. Miller and Watkins were both active in the parent-teacher organization of the school that their daughters attended. Watkins was one of the parents who taught a PTO-sponsored art class called Meet the Masters and was also qualified as a substitute teacher for the school. It is apparent from the record that Miller and Watkins have a history of conflict. The controversy that led to Watkins' suit against Miller was sparked by an electronic message that Watkins sent her ex-husband, with whom she shared custody of her daughter. The message objected to their daughter spending time in the Miller's home. The message claimed, among other things, that there had been a number of incidents at the school involving that family that were concerning, that a police report had been filed against Miller for harassment, and that they, presumably members of the Miller family, had disparaged Watkins' ex-husband. The message was passed to Miller. So apparently, Watkins' ex-husband is like, hey, Miller, what up, girl? Look at what my ex-waifu is saying about you. So there's got to be a story going on there, right? Like that story's interesting to me. So the receipt of the message produced several actions by Miller. She stated her views about Watkins on Facebook, texted and telephoned other parents who were also in contact with Watkins, and contacted the principal of the school that Watkins and Miller's daughters attended. What Miller said is documented in the record, which includes copies of her texts and Facebook posts and copies of her emails and other communications with the school. These documents became part of the record because other parents who texted with Miller or were friends with her on Facebook attached copies of the texts and posts to declarations that Watkins filed in support of her response to Miller's TCPA motion to dismiss. Wait, so Miller... I've got to figure this out. So Miller filed the TCPA motion to dismiss, and Watkins is the person who's accused of defaming Miller. Got it. Oh, boy. Killer King. Very cute. The problem with the distinction you're making is that my argument is correct and yours isn't. A business records affidavit from the school district's custodian of records attached the communications that Miller had with the principal of the elementary school and also with her other school district officials. The attachments to the business records affidavit totaled 229 pages and spanned communications over a 4-month period. As we discussed below, Miller reiterates on appeal the various objections that she made to the declarations that Watkins filed, though we conclude her arguments are waived. She does not argue on appeal that the trial court erred in failing to sustain objections that she made to the contents of and attachments to the school district's business records affidavit. Further, the other parents outlined in their declarations what Miller had allegedly said about Watkins during telephone conversations. Below, we will outline the statements that Miller allegedly made about Watkins. To give context to some of the statements, we note that Watkins concedes that certain statements that Miller made about her past are true. Watkins acknowledged that she had been arrested for public intoxication 10 years prior to the suit. Miller also obtained and provided to the school a 10-year-old record of a CPS family team plan, which was apparently at least partially prompted by the public intoxication arrest and required supervised visitation for a period of time when Watkins visited with her children. So that's spicy. Mithrin Emrys says, "Methinks this is clash of the Karen situation. Whoever can reach the manager first and gain capitulation to their whining wins." Okay, so there you go. Yeah, this definitely looks like both of these women have the headshot haircut. You know what I'm talking about. Swooped over up front, spiked out the back. I'm guessing. Probably in various levels of midlife crisis. But yeah, so some of the stuff that's said about her is true. So this is, this is interesting, right? Because when there's a mix of truth and fiction, that doesn't mean that you didn't defame someone. All right, Miller asserted that her impetus for communicating with the school's principal about Watkins was because Watkins actually substitutes for the school and helps with the art program, and because Miller felt like this finally needed to be addressed. During her communications with now, again, look, without trying to draw too many comparisons, this is going to be a stream like this. Miller has a reason to make her defamatory statement, because of course, everybody has a reason. Well, I'm just concerned about ... right? With Vic. Oh, we're just concerned about he's going to be at anime conventions. But yeah, just being concerned about something doesn't give you a license to lie. It's amazing that just having some concern that you feel needs to be addressed doesn't actually give you permission to defame someone. Yet so many people think that that does. And I don't understand why that is, that they think, well, I can lie about someone a little bit to ruin their life because I think their life needs to be ruined. I mean, obviously, who wouldn't think that's true? But that's the way these people act. You're concerned that I'm not drunk? Would you like me to start drinking? I have a bottle of gin here. All of my whiskey's really expensive right now. Except for this old smoky apple pie moonshine. To moonshine. This stuff is terrible in a way. It's just very, very sweet. During her communications with the school, Miller made a host of statements about Watkins. These included the following. All right. So now we're going to read pages of statements, okay? We're going to find out just how bad Watkins is. I'm already convinced that Watkins is garbage because of this. Though Miller did not think that Watkins would harm Miller's daughter felt unsafe around Watkins. Okay? Miller stated, "If she was just a crazy person slandering my name, I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. But she's employed at the school and she is around my children, and I really don't feel safe like we have been for all these years." Miller claimed that all you have to do is talk to enough people to know that there's something psychologically wrong with Watkins. But Miller would not provide names because she did not want others dragged into the controversy. We're 3 statements in. Does this sound familiar? We're 3 statements in. Does it sound familiar yet? Watkins had CPS charges, including child endangerment and public intoxication, and Miller obtained copies of records to ensure Miss Watkins was no longer allowed on campus. Watkins had been to a mental hospital and was institutionalized. Miller obtained public records to show that Watkins should not be at school. Watkins is adult bullying at its finest. Miller planned to contact CPS to communicate about the email that Watkins had written to her ex-husband. The police told Watkins to stop following Miller. These are statements that Miller made, by the way. So Miller said the police told Watkins to stop following Miller. According to Miller, the psychological abuse on Watkins' kid by Watkins is sickening. Miller had proof that Watkins had been stalking her on social media, allegedly confirmed by Miller's conversation with Watkins' son. Miller knew of no instances of Watkins' misconduct that had occurred at the school, but Watkins volunteered at the school and Watkins' effort to slander Miller had to stop. Miller stated that she had talked to the local police department and that they were going to set up a meeting for her with an investigator, but they said Miller should go ahead and talk to the school to see if the school was going to do something. Miller reported that she had just finished with the investigator. He will be contacting Watkins to stop harassing me and saying things that aren't true and searching my social media. The investigator is also going to contact the school district police to let them know what's going on, because even though she hadn't done anything at the school that we know of other than negatively affect the kids' friendship, they need to be aware that she's been told to stop. Miller's daughter was excluded from activities because of the actions of an evil mother that is bullying. Watkins' child is afraid of her mother. Watkins punishes her daughter for associating with Miller's daughter, and this is sick behavior. This situation has gotten out of hand and goes beyond the harassment that we've been dealing with for the last few years. A parent involved at the school is forcing her child to exclude her best friend, all for her own evil agenda. Watkins had public intoxication, among other things, on the record, and Miller forbade Watkins to be anywhere near her daughter. Miller asked the school to keep Watkins away from Miller's daughter anytime Watkins was at the school volunteering. Miller stated that she had to involve CPS now because Watkins should not be around my child ever. There's no reason that children should be hiding, scared at the school that they attend because of a horrible volunteer mother. Now, pausing right here, and I don't know how many more statements there are, but pausing right here, we can see what's going on. How many fact statements have you seen in this? Frankly, so far, the only fact statements I've seen are about CPS, public intoxication. That's about it. And there's not a lot of factual statements here in kind of ways that we have analyzed this with a lot of scrutiny towards Vic's case, right? You know, trying to find, a lot of these are very vague, bordering on opinion statements. I want that emphasized because I think it's important. How hard is it to get one person hurting everyone out of the school, at least for the remainder of this year? Watkins is bullying my family and her own daughter. What you guys did by excluding my child instead of removing the bully is very disturbing. Miller found out that she was not able to get Watkins' child endangerment records or the records of her being in a mental hospital, but her ex-husband was in the process of doing that because she's causing so many problems for them as well. Look, you can't see the records, but they're there. I've got someone on the inside, right? Gigantor068, we don't know what CPS was called for. They think it might have something to do with the public intoxication, but they don't actually ever say, as far as I know. Watkins has to stay away from the school until my child is gone. Miller stated that she had contacted our police department again, and they're in the process of getting an email together stating that Watkins is slandering my name by saying that I have charges against me. The authorities have been contacted. Remember? Charges are coming soon. Remember? Does it sound familiar? It should. Not only is she hurting my child, she's hurting her own child and making it hell for me when it comes to volunteering at my kid's school. This is all illegal what she's doing, and you guys aren't taking it seriously. Miller provided notes from the local police department which described the interaction that both Miller and Watkins had with police. The notes also stated, I, M. Dusek, number 406, met with Carly Miller, a white female of Krugerville, Texas. She had spoken with Officer Bray, number 416, on 10/24/2019 regarding a potential harassment issue between her and Michelle Watkins, a teacher at Brockett Middle School involving both of their daughters. I advised her the best way to quash the issue was to deactivate her Facebook page, as Watkins was likely using friends of friends to backdoor into her page. Apparently, Watkins likes the backdoor. Miller had also spoken with the principal at Brockett, and the principal agreed to keep Watkins away from Miller's daughter while at school. She would not allow Watkins to teach her daughter's class. Miller stated that the common element in harassment is the biological father of Watkins' daughter and ex-husband of Michelle Watkins. In conclusion, Miller was advised that posts on the... that's the common element maybe on social media. In conclusion, Miller was advised that posts on social media are viewed as an extension of the First Amendment right to freedom of speech and that a criminal offense may not be applicable in this case. However, I also advised her that Michelle Watkins would be advised to cease her stalking of Miller online and through social media. I contacted Aubrey Independent School District Police Chief Collins to advise Watkins of the issue at hand and to notify her in person to refrain from stalking, harassing, or impersonating Miller. It kind of sounds like maybe Watkins' ex-husband is boning Miller. Is anybody else getting that feeling? That Watkins' ex-husband is plowing the fertile fields of Miller, and that Watkins and Miller are beefing over this guy? That's kind of what it sounds like. I don't know if that's true. Officer Bray, 416, spoke with Carly Miller of Krugerville regarding an ongoing issue with Michelle Watkins of Aubrey. Miller stated that she believes that Watkins has been creating false Facebook profiles in order to spy and send messages to other individuals to slander Miller. Miller said that Watkins is in a group of school parents that just don't like her. I advised Miller of the law regarding online impersonation that there could possibly be a criminal charge if Watkins has been using information of another person to create the profiles and using them with the intent to harm Miller. That's some big ifs there. There's some big ifs. Tetralogy, the farms is a very, very big place. So I don't know. You're going to have to send me a link somehow because I can't just go look at the thing on the farms. I don't even know what page of what thread. Miller has a scheduled meeting with the school which both parties' children attend. And she stated that after the meeting, if nothing can be worked out with the school and Watkins, she would gather any information and evidence she has of Watkins using a fake profile to harm her, bring it to the PD. I also advised her that slander and defamation falls under Texas Civil Code. All right. Tetralogy, yeah, you can send it to Spectre if you want. Miller emailed the school stating that she had an email where Watkins was slandering Miller's name and saying that the school knows about me, and included an email as proof from the police department that what she's saying was false and flat out lies. Someone like this should not be volunteering at the school, needs to stay away from my child like I was told. In another email to the school, Miller stated, Watkins is the bully here. Listen to how many I don't want to send emails ever. This woman is firing them off everywhere. Watkins is the bully here. Why is it not enough that I have proof that she stalks my social media and proof that she said I have a harassment charge against me and I have the police department saying that that's a lie? How can she continue to torment these two children at the school? A volunteer at the school cannot make up lies about another parent when the police department was saying that her words were not true. Watkins will continue to harass and hurt me and my family. Again, I mean, this is a different situation, but listen to the language. It's this wishy-washy language. Harassment, right? Harassing, assaulting, making people unsafe. It's all very vague. When Miller provides the school a CPS report dated more than 10 years before the present controversy, she characterized it as follows. This is a CPS meeting showing everyone on the first page that has firsthand knowledge of Watkins' arrest for public intoxication. It shows that she could only have supervision with her own children, and that she had also had a drug and alcohol problem that caused an intervention. Miller also provided the school with a copy of a mugshot of Watkins as documentation of her arrest for public intoxication, and accompanied what she sent with an email stating that, oh man, we should look up Watkins' mugshot. Yellow line 3 is her public intoxication arrest from March 28th, 2010. This is her mugshot from jail. I'm doing this because I have been told she is taking me to court. Having all the details are important. She attacked me first. I'm only doing this because the facts have to be shown. Oh yeah, Awig points out bad behavior from a decade ago. Another similarity of this case to Vic's case. Even though Watkins' arrest and CPS involvement happened many years ago, she is presently hurting my family, mostly my child. For a school that shouts a no bullying policy, I'm deeply disturbed that 2 kids have talked to the school with the same story and nothing is being done. All she does is lie. You all need to be aware that you have sided with an evil liar, so now many more people are going to have to go through this unnecessary court appearance. Watkins, a parent and volunteer, has been stalking, harassing me for years. My child no longer feels safe at the school, not only because of Watkins. Miller also provided the school with documents from the... So those are statements. There's the statements right there. Again, like, if we're taking the strictest, most conservative approach to what is a fact statement, God, almost none of them are. And the ones that are there were admitted to be true. So where's the lie? Where's the defamation? Well, maybe that's a fact to be found out at trial, right? Miller also provided the school with documents from the local police department that detailed her contacts with them. Specifically, she provided a letter from an investigator that she claimed proved that she had not filed criminal charges against Watkins. But the letter also indicated that she had reported potential criminal conduct. Specifically, the letter stated that, as of this date, January 9th, 2020, Carly Miller has not filed a police report against Michelle Watkins with the blank police department. Carly Miller had been in contact with officers of the police department to describe a potential criminal offense and request insight as to her options moving forward. However, no police report or criminal charges have been filed and are not being considered at this time. Okay. Immediately after Watkins filed suit, Miller initiated an appeal process with the school district of the school that Watkins and Miller's daughter attended. The school district appeal had 2 bases. First, Miller claimed that the school's principal had lied about statements her daughter had made to the school. Second, Miller claimed that it was not until after the school officials had lied that she sought to have Watkins removed as a volunteer at the school. School district denied the appeal and observed that a number of statements made by Miller that sought to exclude Watkins from volunteering at the school predated the events that she claimed were her motivation for having Watkins excluded. None of this is really relevant to whether or not what Watkins did was true. Now we're talking about Miller. As noted above, 2 parents of children attending the school, attended by Miller's and Watkins' daughters, swore to declarations that Watkins filed to establish a prima facie case of her claims against Miller. One of the parents itemized the statements that Miller made as follows. Okay, so we've got statements again being put in through these declarations. Between the text messages and the phone calls, Carly Miller made the following statements about Michelle Watkins. That Watkins had removed everything out of her daughter's room and forced her to sleep on the floor as punishment for associating with Carly Miller's daughter. That Watkins' daughter didn't want to live with Watkins. That Watkins doesn't need to be at Brockett Elementary School. That Watkins has a criminal record and a CPS record that precludes her from being at the school. Okay, so let's do this way. Removed everything out of her daughter's room and forced her to sleep on the floor as punishment for associating. This part of it is a fact statement, and then it's got, some reasoning behind it. So here's a fact. This is not a provable fact, but I guess it's possibly a fact statement. This one is not a fact. Watkins' criminal record and CPS record, this is a fact, but it's also, combined with an opinion but this is true. She does have some criminal and CPS record. That it is unsafe for children to be around Watkins, including Watkins' own children. That's an opinion. Watkins stalked her ex-husband's house when their children were in his possession. That is maybe a fact. Or maybe an opinion, right? Assaulted people, stalked. Watkins had stalked Carly Miller on Facebook and had created fake profiles to friend Carly Miller so that she could troll her on social media. I guess this part is a fact statement, maybe. Watkins is unstable. That's an opinion. Watkins should not have her position at the school because she is not safe. Opinion. And that Carly Miller is worried for the safety of Watkins' daughter because Watkins is not stable. That's an opinion, too. Again, we're thin on fact statements here. The other parent stated in her declaration that between text messages and phone calls, Watkins was not fit to be at school. Watkins was abusive to children. That's maybe a fact, maybe an opinion. Watkins abuses her own child, maybe a fact, maybe an opinion. Depends on their definition of abuse, right? Right? Watkins is a troublemaker, dangerous, should be removed as a teacher from Meet the Masters, had stalked her on Facebook and created fake profiles, and that they're unstable. Watkins also filed her own declaration detailing the statements that she contends that Miller had made about her and declaring that the statements are false. Oh, wait, if she says the statements are false, that doesn't matter, right, Law Twitter? Beginning in August 2019 and continuing to this date, Carly Miller has made false claims about me and continues to send these false claims to others. I'm aware that she has made at least the following false claims about me. That I took everything out of my daughter's room and forced her to sleep on the floor of her bedroom as a punishment for being friends with Carly Miller's daughter. Well, wait, if she's saying that it didn't happen, that doesn't matter, right, Law Twitter? That my daughter doesn't want to live with me any longer. So, again, according to Law Twitter, this declaration shouldn't even count. That children are not safe around me, that I stalk Carly Miller, stalk my ex-husband, that I'm unstable, insane, and mental. I bully children at the school, that I stalk her on Facebook with fake profiles, that I have a criminal record that precludes me from remaining as a teacher for Aubrey Independent School District or a volunteer teacher for Brockett Elementary School, that I have a CPS record that precludes me. Now, she does have a criminal record and a CPS record, but they don't preclude her from remaining at the school. Except if you think they should, I guess. That I should not have my position at the school because I'm not safe, that I'm not fit to be at school, that I'm dangerous, that I'm abusive, that I've abused my own children, that I'm a troublemaker, that I'm a liar, that I'm not allowed to teach at the Brockett Elementary School, that an investigator with the police told me to stop stalking and harassing, that I should have my own children removed from my custody, that I took cheer away from her, that I've been hurting Carly Miller and her children for years, that I harass and slander Carly Miller, that I lie about her to others, that I'm an evil mother, that I've bullied her daughter, Carly herself, and her whole family, that I'm hurting everyone and bullying Carly Miller and her daughter and family, that I interfered with the cheer situation. Oh, so these girls are cheerleaders. Okay. Cheerleader moms. Probably almost as crazy as cheerleaders. That the police told Miller that what I say is not true, that I speak lies and slander, that I've stalked Miller for years. Both of the other parents who signed declarations stated that the matters they had described were brought to their attention by Miller and not Watkins. The parents also stated that Carly Miller told me she was going after Michelle Watkins and that if Michelle Watkins doesn't stop, Carly Miller was going to have to take this to the next level. One parent also stated that in response to the parent's statement asking Miller to cease making statements about parents on Facebook, Miller responded that she had the right to do so, and this was how she retaliates. Woo! All right, there's our fact statements, or our fact section. Those are the facts of this case that are relevant to this appeal. And I gotta say, that fact section is very encouraging. It's very encouraging. Again, at the risk of sounding like a hype train, which I'm not doing here, I feel like Vic has at least as strong a case. Now on to the procedural background. In response to Watkins' suit, Miller filed a general denial and then her motion to dismiss under the TCPA. The exhibits attached to the motion to dismiss were a copy of the divorce decree between Watkins and her ex-husband and brief affidavits executed by Miller and her husband. Maybe Miller's husband should be concerned here. Miller's affidavit stated that Watkins had inappropriately involved Miller's daughter in disagreements that Watkins had with her ex-husband, that Watkins had harassed her, that Watkins had created fake social media accounts to spy on her, that Miller had met with school officials to discuss her concerns, and that Watkins had never discussed Miller's concern with her, but sued her without warning. Miller's declaration also described Watkins' criminal history. Watkins responded with the declaration and evidence we have outlined above. At the time she filed her response to Miller's TCPA motion to dismiss, Watkins also filed a first supplemental original petition that augmented the factual allegations of her originally filed petition by, among other things, explicitly pleading Miller's allegedly defamatory statements that Watkins cataloged in her declaration. Okay, so we have an amended pleading here. The trial court conducted a hearing on the motion to dismiss. The trial court then entered an order ruling on the objections that each party had filed to the other's evidence and entered an order denying Miller's motion to dismiss. The trial court made the following findings as set forth in the order denying Miller's motion to dismiss. Oh man, they got some findings, huh? Miller satisfied her burden of proof. TCPA applies to this case. Whether Watkins is a public figure for limited purpose is a question of fact. Now, this is interesting here, because this is something that is similar to the Vic question, in my opinion. But I've got to say, I don't know if Thomas Markham, what is your fucking problem? I don't know if Vic's appeal briefs this issue enough. Like, I don't know if they went after the public figure issue enough on the appeals. So maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know if that's going to be a question for the appeals court. What I do think is that maybe this should matter a lot more than it will. But the public figure question, since it's a mixed question of fact and law, should be resolved at trial, not at TCPA. Look up the mugshot. What's the chick's name? Watkins? Is it Michelle Watkins? I think so. Michelle Watkins mugshot. Texas. It's from 2009. This got to be her right there. I think this must... Nope, that's not it. I don't know if we're going to find it very easy. Dang, someone else will have to see if they can find it, but the only one I found was not the same criminal charges. Thanks, Spectre. I'll check it out in a minute. Okay, Watkins has satisfied her burden of proof to proceed on her cause of action for defamation and TI. Watkins submitted a sufficient, admissible, clear, and specific evidence on each element of her defamation and tortious interference claims. Without finding whether Watkins was a public figure for a limited purpose, the admissible evidence submitted by Watkins was sufficient to overcome the motion to dismiss, even under New York Times' heightened standard of proof. So not only was the evidence submitted sufficient to pass TCPA, they said that she submitted adequate evidence to fulfill actual malice. Think about that. Because Law Twitter effectively stated that was impossible. I hope you remember that they have effectively stated that was an impossible thing to do. And we have no listed evidence at the appeal level that there was anything approaching actual malice. We have no evidence submitted in this record of facts from at least as relayed by the appeals court that suggests that that Miller stated at some point that she knew she was lying. And that's what Law Twitter said was necessary to show the heightened standard of proof, was that you had to prove someone knew they were lying basically only by them admitting to saying they were lying. But that's not correct. And this case seems to show that. All right. Analysis. Let me check the Discord thing that person wanted to say. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, can we got to pull this up. I need a brief refresher here. This should be good. Emmett Plant, one of the dumbest men on the planet and known perjurer. Emmett Plant. Oh, is such a colossal fucking tool. So now here's the thing. Someone mentioned that Emmett Plant was invited to some convention. And I talked about people perhaps wanting to email that convention. I don't even know what convention it was. Someone mentioned it in the chat. So I talked about the idea that people may want to go ahead and email that convention. I'm not telling people to email that convention. I don't care what people do on the internet, ever. That's up to them. I'm not in control of the internet, never have been. I don't actually advocate messing with anybody's lives. But if people are thinking about doing it, you know, like reversing cancel culture on people is how you get back at them. Like that is how you show them that cancel culture is bad. That's the point I was trying to make. Emmett seized on this and tried to make it out that I was encouraging people to go after Emmett Plant. I've said over and over, the problem with Emmett Plant is that you can't go after him. He doesn't have anything to take. He doesn't go to conventions. He doesn't have any clout. He doesn't have a reputation other than being of some sort of weird sex pest and some kind of nut hugger from fringe Star Trek stuff. Nobody cares who this guy is. That's my point on all of this. However, he took one statement I made out of the context of that discussion, and he put it here. And we're going to read it so that everybody can see it. If you think I'm wrong, then you can think I'm wrong. I don't care. My quote from me, apparently. I haven't verified this quote, but I will take it as factual. If people want to go and email that convention and show them that Emmett Plant is a sexual predator on Discord, that he's a liar, that he perjured himself in his affidavit, go to town. Fucking ruin this guy. That's where you make them hurt. That's true. That's 100% true. That is how you make people hurt. But I don't even know if I was talking about the convention he was invited to or the convention that he, was removing Vic from. It might have been that one. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So here's what he said. I realize that I should have posted a warning with this quote. Do not do this. It will be both ineffective against me and annoying to whomever you contact. Well, good thing I didn't tell people to do that. But okay. Nick is actively encouraging you to commit a crime. Nope. Don't do it unless you want me to own your house. Wolf lawyer, to his credit. And this guy hates me. This is Tyler Wolf from the fake land of Australia. This guy hates me with a passion. He hates me. He says, I don't see the crime. Emmett, there isn't a crime. Contact a convention and tell them not to have me because I've committed perjury is a false accusation and defamation. Emmett, your entire premise is that that's not defamation, you dumb motherfucker. Maybe less crime and more offense. It wasn't a crime when Ron Toye did it. See, Wolf Lawyer's at least consistent. It's not going to be a crime when these guys do it. And you're a public figure. These guys have had an admittedly clown. See? I think Tyler Wolf secretly likes me. I'll send him nudes. Lawyer telling them you perjured yourself. Well, it's kind of just Emmett the Perjurer Plant is his name or whatever. I don't know. People have pointed out several lies in his affidavits. It's not my fault he lied about stuff. Nobody is going to accept that they didn't believe it was true. I'm happy to take my chances. I'll burn down everything I have for a chance to catch them in the flames. Okay, you dummy. Catherine Dude says, I gotta say, Emmett, when you put it that way, it sounds like you're planning to strategically use litigation against their public participation in this topic. That's bad, Girl? Well, duh. So yeah, those are bad, and you know they're bad, and you know why they're bad, and to be honest, threatening a lawsuit against nameless defendants when you know you couldn't win one just because you want to make them sweat ain't a great look. Not actually sure that winning one is impossible. Very improbable, yeah. Also, it's not like a couple months has gone by and I'm trying to restore my supply of say things that are not a good look. I was being hyperbolic. Some things never change, I suppose. Far from an expert, but I don't see how it even gets past TCPA or the equivalent. How do you get to a prima facie case for every element? I think it would depend very much on the specificity of the individual state in terms of defamation or even false accusation. But assuming there's a contract in place, damages could be assumed. Better chance if it's on a con's Facebook or something as opposed to an email. Problem is you're a public figure, so the constitutional standards are going to apply regardless. Emmett Plant might not actually be a public figure. Again, these people assume that everybody's a public figure and a limited purpose public figure because social media. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't know that Emmett Plant is a public figure. Literally fucking who? That's the question every court would ask. Oh, Your Honor, we have here before you the great Emmett Plant. Literally fucking who? Like, okay. Mr. K says, but Star Trek. Ask anybody in Star Trek. Hey, have you heard of Emmett Plant? Literally fucking who? Let's see. So, sure, but let's be fair. We both know that it's very possible that one of them is going to brag that they're doing it to their friends, even though they know that it's not true. They are, in fact, that dumb. Even then, though, you got to get there by clear and convincing evidence, not just a preponderance, and your damages claiming going to be threadbare at best. Decent odds they don't live in California. Rekieta specifically is Minnesota, so you've got diversity jurisdiction. No anti-slap in federal courts. That's not entirely true. Some courts recognize anti-slaps. I believe Ninth Circuit actually does. But I haven't looked at it. Fifth Circuit doesn't. But yeah, we'll see. Doesn't matter. Emmett's not going to sue anybody. Emmett has threatened to sue people this whole time. Emmett is a liar. Emmett lies. He's a blowhard, a braggart, a giant piece of shit. He lies about literally everything. He inflates his own importance. He inflates his role with Star Trek. He inflates his intentions about suing people. He inflates his income. He probably has a Swedish penis pump to inflate his clit. Who knows? The guy's a fucking loser. He's a piece of shit loser. And again, we have to remember why Emmett Plant talked about Vic at all. Emmett Plant was mad because when Emmett's date at a convention saw Vic, she was enamored with Vic, not Emmett, because Emmett is a beta and the woman with him was more interested in a different man, and he went into soy beta meltdown mode almost a decade later over it. That's the saddest fucking story I've ever heard in my life. That, like, just be gone, thought the chick, and go do anything else. There's a fat woman out there for you, Emmett. Go find her. Anyway, that being said, these people are consistently inconsistent, right? Oh, it's well, when I do it, it won't. This same as Ron, right? I'm going to sue you. I don't like what you said. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. Emmett's the same way. I'm going to sue everybody. He said he's going to sue people like 45 times. Get off your dumb ass and do it. You're super rich, right, Emmett? He said his paycheck would embarrass everybody. That's what Emmett said. That people wouldn't even understand how much Emmett's paycheck was because he's so rich. He's so super rich. That's why he has no Twitter following. That's why nobody knows who he is. He's just the richest guy on earth, spending his entire day bitching about anime people on Twitter. Look, I know a ton of rich people. No rich person that I know whose income is not connected to social media spends their day on social media. None of them. Not one. Now, there's some people who, they're marketing for their company or whatever, their small business, and they're promoting their networks. Not one rich person, and again, I know quite a few, not one of them spends their day bitching about other people on Twitter. You know why? They don't need to. They don't need to at all. Very weird. Anyway, analysis. So going back to the topic at hand, which is this Texas Second Court of Appeals case. If you join late in the stream, guys, this is a recent decision from the Second Court of Appeals, the same Court of Appeals that will be here that is hearing Vic's case, and it has some similarities to Vic's case. The ruling is favorable towards Vic's position. My caveat and caution at the beginning of the stream, I'll reiterate now that we're kind of around maximum viewership, is this. Because they ruled here does not mean they will rule in the same or similar way for Vic. There's a whole lot of things that go into an appeal, and they're all very different. You got different briefs. You've got different factual bases. You've got different questions being raised in briefs, argued different ways, different sets of facts. You've got a lot of stuff that goes in. You have different judges, even different lower court judges. This one is coming from a successful ruling that's being appealed. Vic is appealing in the opposite way. So you have very distinct differences, and that's something to consider. However, there are some things in this case that are encouraging. That's why we're going through it, to kind of look at how they look at these cases as about recent as possible. But no one should take this and go, Vic's going to win because of it. All right? Yes, and one of the judges is on both cases. That's another thing. Mike Wallach. All right. We set forth the purposes and framework of the TCPA and the standards of analysis and review that we apply. TCPA states that its purpose is to encourage and safeguard the constitutional rights of persons to petition, speak freely, associate freely, and otherwise participate in government to the maximum extent permitted by law, and at the same time protect the rights of a person to file meritorious lawsuits for demonstrable injury. The Act's framework utilizes a three-step process to resolve whether a claim is subject to the strictures of the TCPA, and, if so, whether the claim should be dismissed or allowed to proceed because it appears to have merit. 3 steps are as follows. Party invoking the TCPA must demonstrate that a legal action has been brought against it and that is based on or is in response to an exercise of the right of free speech, petition, or association protected by the Act. If the moving party successfully invokes the Act, the court may not dismiss a legal action under this section if the party bringing the legal action establishes by clear and specific evidence a prima facie case for each essential element of the claim in question. And 3, if the non-moving party carries its burden, the case may still be dismissed if the moving party establishes an affirmative defense or other grounds on which the moving party is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. Obviously, most of the action happens here. The affirmative defenses weren't even addressed by Judge Chupp because we didn't get past the initial stage. Here is the problem. Let me doom pill. Let me doom pill a little bit on this. Part of the problem for Vic's case is that Judge Chupp, who is the trial court, dismissed or disregarded evidence relating to Vic's claim. Specifically, the second amended petition, which is evidence under the TCPA, and the 3 unsworn declarations that were attached to the second amended petition. All of those are disregarded by Judge Chupp. So part of the question, and a monkey wrench in all of this, is did they adequately appeal Chupp's decision to ignore the second amended petition and the unsworn declarations? I don't know. I don't know if they did or not. We won't know until the appeals court sees it. Now, technically, Judge Chupp didn't strike the declarations and he didn't strike the second amended petition. He said he wasn't going to consider them. That's very different from striking them. And in fact, there's a motion to strike them. That motion was technically denied by his order. If the appeals court agrees with that analysis, they may not. They may not. So this is one of those moving parts that is wildly different in this case versus Vic's case, and it could honestly mean the entire difference between how they're approached. Now, should they have allowed the second amended petition? Yes. Was it objected to at trial? Yes. Was it filed in the brief? Yes. Was it adequately filed in the brief? Don't know. Don't know. All right. In this appeal, we assume that Watkins' suit was brought in response to Miller's exercise of the rights protected by the TCPA. So the first prong. Our focus on the question of whether Watkins carried her burden under the second step to present clear and specific evidence to establish a prima facie cause of action for defamation against Miller. We conclude that Watkins did. We begin our discussion by describing the specialized body of law that has been created to define the prima facie burden a party responding to a TCPA motion to dismiss bears, to define the words used by the Act, and to explain the Act's concepts of proof. The salient governing principles are as follows. So this is how the Second Court of Appeals looks at TCPA review. This is it. That's what they're saying here. To present clear and specific evidence, the non-movement, which would be Vic, must provide enough detail to show the factual basis for its claim, and must provide enough evidence to support a rational inference that the allegation of fact is true. And again, I'm biased, but I think Vic did this. So here's a footnote here. We do not deal with the third step in this case, so the affirmative defenses. Miller did not plead, nor does she argue on appeal any affirmative defenses of privilege to Watkins' defamation claims. See Burbage versus Burbage, stating that a qualified privilege is available as an affirmative defense when the communication is made in good faith and the author, the recipient, or a third person or one of their family members has an interest that is sufficiently affected by the communication. Now, they're kind of indicating here that maybe Miller's attorney made a mistake and they should have argued privilege with the school. She has some level of ability to make a complaint with the school. That could have eliminated a lot of those statements. They didn't argue it. Spectre, I don't think the old versus the new TCPA has much bearing on this one. All right. Next, the words clear and specific are defined to mean for the former unambiguous, sure, or free from doubt, and for the latter explicit or related to a particular named thing. And again, when you look at this, when you look at what clear and specific means, the unambiguous, sure, and free from doubt, that's clear. Okay. Are the statements about Vic clear? Are they unambiguous statements? Are they free from doubt? I think so. And are they explicit, related to a particular named thing? Yes. But we'll see. We'll see. The party responding to a TCPA motion to dismiss may rely on circumstantial evidence, indirect evidence that creates an inference to establish a central fact, unless the connection between the fact and the inference is too weak to be helped in deciding the case. The non-movement surmounts its burden of establishing a prima facie case when the evidence presented is sufficient as a matter of law to establish a given fact if it is not rebutted or contradicted. Stated differently, the burden is met by the minimum quantum of evidence necessary to support a rational inference that the allegation of fact is true. This is why Ty kept saying it's a rational inference over and over and over at the trial, at the TCPA hearing, which I argue is not a trial. But at the TCPA hearing, over and over and over, Ty kept saying it's a rational inference. Now, Chup disagrees with Ty, and Law Twitter made much of that, but that's not really the point of what Law Twitter thinks. Ty is establishing or asserting over and over that these things are rational inferences and that is the minimum standard. He was laying out the idea that Judge Chup wasn't applying the correct standard of evidence to what was going on. All we need to show is a rational inference that this statement was made, that it's false, that it's related to Vic, and that it caused damage. That's all they need to show at this point. And it's as if those statements are uncontroverted, which they weren't controverted. No one said that the statements that were made weren't made. Not a single one of them. They didn't refute a single statement made at all. So again, if all these statements are made, are clear, related to Vic, and aren't true, you should have it. The application of the TCPA shouldn't be complicated, but Chup is got like 7 extra chromosomes, so I guess he thinks that he's super. I don't know. I don't know. Overall, we review a... Thomas Markham says, sorry, Nick, came in late. Thought you were discussing an ordinary cat fight. Oh, no problem, man. It's fine. No, I'm talking about a case in Texas from the same court that's reviewing Vic's case. That's the point here. Overall, we review a trial court's denial of a TCPA motion to dismiss de novo. In reviewing a ruling on a TCPA motion, we view the pleadings and evidence in the light most favorable to the non-movement. So again, part of the question in Vic's case is which pleadings are pleadings. But either way, the appeals court, Chup was supposed to also, the appeals court was supposed to view the appeals court is supposed to view the pleadings and the evidence in the light most favorable to Vic Mignogna. Catch you later, Siren, by the way. That's how it's supposed to go. Whether or not it will, man, I don't know. I'm trying not to get my hopes up. But I've got to tell you, if this comes back on appeal, the amount of salt could season barely a steak made from the flank of Catherine Tucson. That's a lot of fucking salt. If it comes back, I won't be able to stop laughing. All right. We conclude that Watkins presents prima facie proof on the elements of her defamation claim against Miller. There are 4 elements of defamation. Miller's first issue makes a variety of arguments attacking the trial court's denial of her TCPA motion to dismiss. As the parties do in their briefs, we concentrate on the question of whether Watkins presented prima facie proof of each element in her defamation claim. Texas Supreme Court recently stated the elements of defamation as follows. From 2020's Texas Supreme Court, a plaintiff must show the publication of a false statement of fact to a third party that was defamatory concerning the plaintiff, with the requisite degree of fault at least amounting to negligence, and damages in some cases. In some cases, damages. Because per se defamation, you don't have to show damages, they're presumed. A defamatory statement that is one that tends to harm the reputation of another as to lower him in the estimation of the community or to deter third persons from associating or dealing with him. How in fuck's name is what happened to Vic not defamation under that definition? I don't know. Pardon me. My temper got the best of me. Read the definition of what defamation is. Read the definition. Let's say it again. A defamatory statement is one that, and again, this is my point. This is my point about fucking law Twitter and just how ineffectively they have talked about this. Now, law Twitter got really lucky. They walked in and the preacher was diddling a different asshole, so they got off clean. Period. That's what happened with law Twitter. Under any reasonable read of what defamation is, what happened to Vic for the purposes of TCPA is almost unquestionable to be defamatory. And they acted like, no, of course not. No, none of this is defamatory. Bitch, calling someone a sexual predator over and over and over is defamatory. It is. Question is, did it cause damage? Was it false? Those types of things. Of course, it lowers the, it tends to harm the reputation of another. Vic's reputational harm is measurable with, you would need dump trucks to measure the amount of reputational harm that occurred to Vic. Anyway, moving on. So the question is, was there a statement of fact to a third party? Any one. Now, Vic submitted a lot of statements. Not all of them may be factual, but is one of them, is one statement of fact. And then the question is, a fact question is, did that statement result in the damage? Or was it other statements? Don't know. That's a fact question for trial. Again, law Twitter acts like that's not a big deal. Well, if you've got 500 statements and some are fact, well, then you didn't show that that's the statement that defames them. That's not how this works. The level of damage from the statement is a fact question for trial. Under a sane, non-retarded, non-drunk, non-drug-addled, non-depressed, non-fucking dumb judge. I'm sorry that Judge Chupp is a moron, and I've been holding back on this motherfucker for a long time, but Jesus Christ, I don't know what was influencing Judge Chupp on that day, but if I saw that man walk into a classroom to teach, I would have said, hey, buddy, go sleep this one off. All right? I don't know. Looked like I probably look at the end of a show. Ryukun, some of us use headphones. Sorry, buddy. That's why I got way away from the mic. I got way back here. I got to be honest with you guys on something. This is not ever intended to be a deception, so I hope this isn't news to you. But in case this is news to you, let me be very clear. Since the defamation or the dismissal by Judge Chupp, I have been severely mitigating my personal opinion about what happened that day because I've been moderating my approach to it. One, I don't like being a sore loser. And two, I don't want to juice people's expectations up. I've been pretty honest about this. But I want to clarify it now. Probably all the moonshine. But I want to clarify. I think Judge Chupp, I think his ruling was absolutely abysmal. I think it was wrong on every single aspect. I think that he was under the influence of something. I'm not saying it was drugs or alcohol, but maybe it was just a bad space. We've talked about the possibility that he was concerned about his campaign or whatever. I think there was an outside influence that impacted his judgment, or he's just a fucking moron. Maybe that's true too. I don't know about Judge Chupp. What I do know is that his demeanor at that TCPA hearing was miles different from how Ty described him prior to the TCPA hearing and how he acted after the TCPA hearing. Judge Chupp did not seem like a judge on the day I was there. Guys, I have been in court many times, and I've seen judges in all different kinds of cases reacting to all different kinds of bullshit. And the way Judge Chupp acted that day was weird. And I have mitigated my opinion because despite what all these motherfucking liars say about me, I have never, ever tried, attempted, or intended to mislead anybody about anything. Ever. My statements about Vic's chances going into this TCPA, which were TCPA is a hard hurdle to overcome, defamation's a hard thing, those are all true, but I still 100% believe that Vic had a case to pass TCPA. Of course I did. Of course I still believe it. As for the appeal, I believe that Vic's case is good enough to pass appeal. I believe it should be overturned. I don't know that it will be, and I really don't want people to run with the idea that, oh, Nick thinks it. Of course, now, maybe I should say he won't pass appeal because everybody thinks I'm wrong about everything. But here's the deal. I've never, ever been dishonest about my opinions or my legal analysis. Ever. And if I'm wrong on something, I tend to say I'm wrong. I still don't think I was ever wrong about any point of analysis on the Vic case. I maintain that to this day. My analysis of the Vic case has always been consistent, and it has always been that I think Vic has a strong case, that judges are awful variables in this stuff. The human element is tough. The TCPA is bullshit and a big hurdle, but I still think Vic should overcome it. Ever. That's all I've ever said about it, and I mean it. And I still think that appealing or that filing the TCPA was literally throwing money away by the other side. The only thing I got wrong there is that I said 10 grand, and it was actually much, much more money than that. I still think it's burning away. And I still have hope that the appeals court will overturn it. And if they do, oh my God, will I laugh forever. But don't expect them to. Don't expect them to. All right. Moving on. Sorry. Now you guys got me drinking moonshine. Moonshine is truth serum. Ask me anything, motherfuckers. In order for a party responding to a TCPA motion to dismiss to make a prima facie showing of the elements of defamation, the party's pleadings and evidence must establish the facts of where, when, where, and what was said, the defamatory nature of the statement, and how they damaged the plaintiff. All right. In reviewing whether Watkins established a prima facie claim for defamation, we do not require prima facie proof that every statement allegedly made by Miller was defamatory. Boom. We initially explained how we approached the review of whether Watkins established a prima facie case of defamation. As the 14th Court of Appeals recently explained, we are not required to determine that each and every statement that Miller made is defamatory in order to conclude that Watkins carried her burden to prove that she is a viable cause of action for defamation. Instead, the inquiry is whether Watkins presented sufficient proof to establish a viable defamation cause of action, and that task requires only that we determine whether any of the statements made by Miller were defamatory. As the 14th Court explained, any statement. Again, by all rights, every tweet of Ron Toye is part of the fucking record. Every goddamn tweet. Every fat fucking word out of Jamie Markey's mouth that is in the record is part of the record. None of those things were objected to by their counsel. Guys. Never mind. While the TCPA requires that each legal claim be analyzed individually, the TCPA does not require that each factual basis or theory of recovery underpinning a cause of action must be analyzed separately. This is what Chupp was trying to do, by the way. Here, appellees have a single defamation cause of action, which is based upon statements made by appellant in a flyer he publicly distributed and a sign he publicly displayed. If appellees are successful in presenting prima facie proof in support of their defamation claims, as to any of the statements in the flyer or sign, then appellees will have met their burden under the second step. The TCPA does not require that appellees produce evidence that each and every statement in the appellant's flyer is defamatory to meet their burden under the TCPA or to prove their cause of action at a trial on the merits. Rather, appellees must establish a prima facie case for each essential element of their defamation claim. Thus, we will highlight certain of the statements that Miller made and why we conclude that they were defamatory. Holy shit. Much of Miller's brief simply repeats objections made to the declarations that Watkins filed in the response to Miller's motion to dismiss. The brief appears to mostly cut and paste 57 separate objections, which consume 19 pages. The objections rely on various rules of evidence, but go no further than simply giving the number of the rule without further explanation in terms of it or its application. For example, Miller objects to Michelle Watkins' declaration, paragraph 13, under Texas Rule of Evidence 104B, 401, 402, 602, and 611. So here we're finding out that Miller's brief was fucking bad. All right? That's what the court is saying. In some of the objections, Miller cites a particular language in the declarations to which she objects, and in others she does not. Basically, each of the objections requires us to decipher which portion of the cited rule applies to Miller's objection, analyze how that portion impacts the objected to portion of the declarations, and then decide how we should rule on the arguments that we assume Miller is making. Miller's brief waives error on the declaration objections by placing the burden on us to brief, argue, and assume the bases of Miller's argument. All right. With regard to the first element of defamation, there is prima facie proof that Miller published a false statement of fact about Watkins to a third party. The principles that guide the determination of whether Watkins has established a prima facie proof for the first element of her defamation claim are as follows. Did Miller make statements of fact? This determination turns on whether the statements are verifiable. If a statement is not verifiable as false, it is not defamatory. Similar, even when a statement is verifiable as false, it does not give rise to liability if the entire context in which it was made discloses that as merely opinion masquerading as a fact. Did Miller publish a statement? Publication occurs if the defamatory statements are communicated orally, in writing, or in print to some third person who is capable of understanding their defamatory import and in such a way that the third person did so understand. Were Miller's statements false? We assume that Miller's statements involved a matter of public concern and follow the precedent of our court that Watkins bore the burden of establishing the statement's falsity. Okay. Stating that in a suit between a private plaintiff and a private defendant, the plaintiff bore the burden to establish the falsity because the statements involved a matter of public concern. A number of Miller's statements were statements of fact. Her statements that Watkins had created false Facebook profiles, had stalked her, and had done things such as punish her daughter for associating with Miller's daughter by making the child sleep on the floor after removing the furniture from her room were verifiable. There we go. It's almost like they said various statements of fact about Vic, like very clearly statements of fact about Vic. Miller published the statements. The record contains the declarations of two other parents stating that Miller had referenced Watkins and that they understood the defamatory content of the statements. Certainly, Miller specifically identified Watkins in her communication to the school officials and to the police. Nothing suggests that those recipients were incapable of understanding the potential defamatory content of Miller's statements or could misconstrue that Miller was making particular statements of misconduct involving Watkins. With respect to falsity. All right, here we go. This is the question here, right? Watkins stated that she had not stalked Miller's social media accounts or had abused her daughter in the way that Miller claims that she did in the statements that Miller made to third parties. In essence, at the TCPA motion to dismiss stage of this case, this is a case of she said, in which one party claims an event occurred and the other claims that it did not. The nature of the acts is such that we do not know what proof Watkins could be expected to produce at this point in order to present prima facie proof other than to deny that the acts occurred. Holy shit! It's almost like I fucking said this and Law Twitter said I was wrong. But the Law Twitter is fucking dumb. I can't take it. I can't fucking take it. Of course, at this stage, when there's two things and it's he said, she said, and you say, I didn't do it though, what the fuck else can you do? Now, how you prove this at trial it's actually really simple. Fat goes to the witness stand and says, Vic touched me. And then Vic goes to the witness stand and says, I would never touch that. That's Fat. And then the jury goes, do I believe Fat or do I believe Vic? That's it. The fact finder is the judge or the jury. And when there's a jury, it's not the judge. When there's a jury, the fact finder is the jury, and their determination of credibility of the witnesses is paramount. And it won't be reviewed. Like, a court may determine that a jury made a conclusion that is unreasonable. What a court will not conclude is that a jury's determination about credibility is reasonable or not. They can't. They're not there. They're not reviewing the evidence. The jury is. The court will not question a jury's determination of credibility between two witnesses. What the court will do is it will take the jury's determination of credibility and determine whether a reasonable jury would take with their determination that evidence and say it was reasonable for the verdict. Okay? Vastly different things. But of course, this is the way you have to do it. Of course. Of fucking course. This is how you do it. Because there's no other way to do it at this stage. You don't have discovery. You don't have a fact finder. It's not fact finding, and it's all weighted in favor of the fucking plaintiff. I don't know how else to say it, and Judge Chupp pisses me off so much because of this. I'm so fucking mad. Because of this. This is all of it, by the way. This is the entire decision of Judge Chubb, is getting this wrong. I didn't do what Jamie Markey said with her hair. I touched her hair. I didn't tug it. Well, Jamie says you tugged it, but I didn't tug it, though. I wouldn't classify it as pulling. Pulling implies aggression, whatever. Not what I did. So you have a fact dispute there, and all you can say is literally all you can say is that I didn't do that. And then you go to trial. And at trial, they can argue that he did, though. He touched my hair, and I cried about it 7 years later. It was so traumatic that 7 years went by before I mentioned it to anybody. You get to do that at trial. God, I'm so fucking mad. Miller presented no specific evidence to document that Watkins had created false profiles to troll her on social media. She simply asserted that Watkins had done so. The only unstruck record reference to supporting the trolling claim was some unspecified statement allegedly made to Miller by Watkins' son. We know nothing about the age of the son or what he said. We're unsure how Watkins would prove the negative that she had not created false social media accounts at this point in the litigation, when Miller's statement provided no particulars on how she had done so. Miller also claimed that Watkins had punished her daughter in a particular way, and Watkins also presented proof that she had not taken the actions that Miller claimed regarding the punishment of her daughter. Her proof was literally, I didn't do that. Our situation is similar to the one we faced in Vanderlinden, a case in which a defendant allegedly said that a plaintiff had given money to a terrorist organization, and the plaintiff denied that he had made the statement. We noted that in a situation where there were only two parties to the communication, the plaintiff could do no more than deny that he had made the statement. Here, as in Vanderlinden, the clash between the statement that an action occurred and the denial that it did is evidence that the person making the false statement spoke falsely. When you tell this to the law Twitter people, they fucking lie and say that it's not true. Because they can't fucking read and they have no goddamn brain in their fucking thick noggins. I'm about to rip the arms off my chair. I'm so mad. With regard to the second element of defamation, there's prima facie proof that Miller's statements about Watkins were reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. The elementary question in establishing that a statement is defamatory turns on whether it tends to harm the reputation of another as to lower him in the estimation of the community or to deter third persons from associating or dealing with him. Whether the statement is defamatory is a legal question. To answer whether a statement is reasonably capable of defamatory meaning poses two questions. God, I fucking wish this ruling was out when the briefs were being written. I wish that this ruling specifically was out when the briefs were being written. You could just literally copy and paste their analysis and change the names, and that'd be it. To answer whether a statement is reasonably capable of defamatory meaning poses two questions. Whether the meaning that the plaintiff assigns to the statements is reasonably capable of arising from the text of which the plaintiff complains. Whether the meaning ascribed to the statement by the plaintiff, if that meaning is reasonably ascribed to the statement, is reasonably capable of defaming the plaintiff. The Texas Supreme Court recently established new categories to address these questions and abandoned, other than for the purposes of presuming general damages, The long used categories of defamation per se and per quad as descriptors of whether a statement was defamatory by its text alone. Holy shit. The Supreme Court established two broad categories of statements with distinctions between the two, turning on whether the face of statement carried a potentially defamatory sting, or whether that sting could be found only if extrinsic evidence were introduced to explain it. Holy shit! This is fucking huge, by the way. This is massive. The two categories were given labels that correspond to their ability to convey meaning, with or without the resort to extrinsic evidence, with the category not requiring extrinsic explanatory evidence being textual defamation, and the one requiring extrinsic evidence being extrinsic defamation. Oh my God! Do you guys realize how fucking important this is? Damnation, yes. The appeals court can use this ruling based on their own volition, even if it wasn't in the briefs. Yes. In fact, I don't know when the decision they're talking about was rendered, but it was likely after this was briefed. When was this briefed? This was briefed in 2020. Let's see. This was briefed in November of 2020. And the other brief was briefed in October. So this was briefed after Vic. This is briefed after Vic. No, not January 2021. That's when the case was taken, Spectre. That's different. That's when the case was taken up. The brief was sent October and then November. Yeah, submitted 2021. I'm about to rip my seat apart. Chair Coon is in danger right now. Somebody called Chair Protective Services. As a further breakdown, textual defamation contains two subclasses. The first is an explicit textual defamation. Explicit textual defamation needs no interpretation. I wish they could supplement their brief right now with this brief. I don't know if they can. Here's what I think, though. If they write their opinion and it is contrary in any way to this brief, I think they should be able to file a motion to reconsider that says, we're going to ask the appeals court to reconsider based on this, and then fucking write their argument down. And they should. They should. All right. As a further breakdown, textual defamation contains two subclasses. The first is an explicit textual defamation. Explicit textual defamation needs no interpretive effort to discern the point that the defendant is making. The Supreme Court describes such a statement as being when the statement's literal text and its communicative content align with the statement, what the statement says and what the statement communicates are the same. In other words, the defamation is both textual and explicit. The second category of textual defamation is implicit textual defamation. This category requires interpretation of the statement. To unearth whether a statement carries an implicit defamatory meaning, a judge views the statement from the perspective of an objectively reasonable reader who internalizes all of a publication's reasonable implications. The court, viewing the statement from such an observer's perspective, must parse the statement and apply the following test. When was this fucking case decided? What case are they eating here? Tatum? Let me find this fucking case. When was this decided? I can't take this. I'm losing my goddamn mind right now trying to figure out when the fuck this happened. SW third. Wait. 554 SW third. Give me the case, Westlaw. You seriously don't even fucking have it? Let's try this. Really? I'm having trouble typing. Just a second. Where is the case? Dallas Morning News versus Tatum? That's not it, is it? No, it's this one. 1977? Let's try that one. That's the okay, innovative block 603 SW third. When was this decided? This was decided June 2020. Okay, hold on. Case search. Brief was filed. The brief was filed 7 days before this case. No, that was a reply brief. Case events. Brief filed. (3/31/2020) was the brief. The reply brief was filed on 6/19. This is all filed 7 days. 7 days before this case that they're quoting Innovative Block was decided. Crom Iron Skull says, don't get to catch the live show often, but I always listen to replay during my workday. So here's money I owe you, Nick. Please don't break my legs with hammers or something. Not your legs, just your thumbs. Thanks for the entertainment and the information. Hey, thanks, Crom. Thanks, Crom. Appreciate seeing you, buddy. I remember seeing you before. R.W. Bimby says, Funimation, we ate pedos. We are firing Vic. Post. Apple's court sees what they're doing here. No external application of that is calling Vic a pedo. No, I actually disagree. I think that is the implicit meaning that they're talking about. I think that's the implicit textual defamation versus explicit. However, there's lots of explicit textual defamation as well. Anyway, I think if Vic doesn't win this case, if Vic doesn't win this appeal, let me tell you right now, if Vic doesn't win this appeal, I will fly to Tyler if necessary. I will grab Ty by his beautiful lapels and I will lift his ass up and I will say, you motherfucker are filing a motion to reconsider this goddamn case in light of, what's the case called? Innovative Block. In light of Innovative Block, which was decided after their brief was filed, they should file a motion to reconsider. If the case is not decided, I will do it. I will go to Tyler and I will say, you better reconsider. You better file a motion to reconsider. Say they could not adequately brief this new standard created by the Texas Supreme Court. It's got everything you need for reconsideration, which is at the time we filed our brief, the Texas Supreme Court was operating under the idea of per se versus per quad. They have since created textual defamation versus non-textual defamation, and here we are clearly in the realm of textual defamation. They absolutely do this. Clip this message and send it to him. No, I will fly to Texas. How dare you? Anyway. The second category of textual defamation is implicit textual defamation. This category requires interpretation of the statement to unearth, objectively reasonable, blah, blah, blah. The court, viewing the statement from such an observer's perspective, must parse the statement and apply the following test. If a communication, viewed in its entire context, merely conveys materially true facts which a defamatory inference can reasonably be drawn, the libel is not established. But if the communication, by the particular manner or language in which the true facts are conveyed, supplies additional affirmative evidence suggesting that the defendant intends or endorses the defamatory inference, holy shit, the communication will be deemed capable of bearing that meaning. Holy shit! Read that second part again. If the communication, by the particular manner or language in which the true facts are conveyed. So if it's true, supplies additional affirmative evidence suggesting that defendant intends or endorses the defamatory inference, the false inference, the inference that would lead to a negative conclusion about the person. Communication will be deemed capable of bearing that meaning. Oh my God! Do you realize what that means? This, by the way, Texas, your legislature, this is the Texas Supreme Court saying, fuck off with the TCPA already. That's what they're saying. They're establishing ways to get around the TCPA that are incredible. Wow. I mean, wow. Again, this gives them ground to ask for a motion to, if the appeals court rules against Vic, this gives them full grounds to ask for a motion to reconsider. And by the way, anybody asking about my brief as an amicus, which I will contend that the appeals court rejected my second amicus brief inappropriately. I think they appropriately rejected my first one based on the rule. My second amicus brief, they rejected inappropriately, I think, because they didn't read the second one. That's okay. I said, because they've likely already rendered their decision and are writing the opinion, I said that I would not file it unless it was necessary to reconsider. You can file an amicus brief literally at any time. If there is cause to reconsider this, if Vic's team is going to reconsider, if Vic loses and they motion to reconsider, I'll just ask Ty at that point to waive me in pro hoc vice, and which I didn't want to do in the first instance, but I'll do it then. And then I will file my motion then. It'll be updated and revised. I don't know if it'll be necessary at this point. The fact that they're taking this case, talking about it, I don't know if this case was briefed in the existing case. That's what I don't know. Hold on. Their brief was filed. Their brief was filed October 8th. So they had access to this ruling. I don't know if they used it or not. I would assume they did. Please explain that paragraph. Which one? This one? Okay. All right. So if a communication, so a tweet to text, whatever, viewed in its entire context, conveys materially true facts from which a defamatory inference can reasonably be drawn, a libel is not established. So look, if I tweet something about you that is true but would injure your reputation, but it's true and injures your reputation, there's no libel there. If the communication, by the particular manner or language in which the true facts are conveyed, supplies additional affirmative evidence suggesting that the defendant intends or endorses the defamatory inference, the communication will be deemed capable of bearing that meaning. So if I tweet something about you that's true, but is intended to cause, specifically, that I'm intending to cause reputational damage by the tweet, then it's defamatory. Like, that is massive, 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 massive. All right, let's move on. Paul Giannuzio says, does this mean we will get a funny and marky depo and a lovely and always non-biased commentary from you? Guys, I can tell you with confidence, if fat fucking Jamie Markey is deposed, absent an order of the court to the contrary, I will do whatever it takes to procure that deposition, and you will see just what a massive piece of shit Jamie Markey is on video. Of course I will. And Awig is right. There isn't anything Ty can do with this case until after an opinion is issued. And what Ty can do two things, okay? This is important. Ty can file a motion to reconsider, and or Ty can file a petition to the Supreme Court to grant cert, the Supreme Court of Texas, to grant cert on the issue. Now, if they determine that there's case law that came out subsequent to their filing, subsequent to their brief, that impacts the case, then they have grounds for both a motion to reconsider and a motion and a petition for cert to the Texas Supreme Court. They should file both immediately. Immediately. You file a petition for cert and you file a petition or a motion to reconsider with the appeals court. You say, appeals court, we didn't get to adequately brief this case because it's been so long. You have changed the way in which the law works, or the Texas Supreme Court has changed the way in which the law works, which is directly impactful to here. We ask for a motion to reconsider to supplement our brief with this, and then you go ahead and lay out the grounds for reconsideration. You say, look, when we argued this brief, we were arguing under per se and per quad defamation. Now they've created new definitions of defamation at the Texas Supreme Court, which is binding precedent whenever our case is decided. And because of that, we need to go under these new rules. That's how you do it. And then you make the argument. This is amazing. This is amazing because they have so significantly changed defamation law that even if the appeals court rules in the exact opposite of Vic's case, they have full grounds to request the appeals court reconsider, and if the appeals court refuses to reconsider, the Supreme Court to redetermine that and to file a Supreme Court brief and say that they can convincingly make the case that the decision in the Vic's case at the appeals level is inconsistent with the Supreme Court's ruling in this case. It's amazing. Okay. Back to here. Sorry. You guys had me drinking tons of moonshine. It's your fault. I don't even have any agency here. It's entirely your fault. I don't even like sweet liquor. Disgusting. Mofo Q says, a Hail effing Mary. Normally, I would agree. It's a Hail Mary. In the face of changing literally the entire law 7 days after the reply briefs were filed, it's not a Hail Mary at that point. Their chances on reconsideration are much higher when the Supreme Court, like the appeals court here is saying, the Supreme Court used to go by per se and per quad definitions. They don't do that anymore. Instead, they've created different new categories for how defamation works. Like that is full on grounds for reconsideration that would normally not exist. All right. In this case, we need not go through the process of drawing out an implicit meaning from Miller's statements. Statements that we focus on are that Watkins has created false profiles to access and then misuse her social media account, and that Watkins has gone to the length of punishing her daughter for associating with Miller's daughter by moving furniture out of her daughter's room and forcing the child to sleep on the floor. These statements are an explicit description of the conduct that Miller claims Watkins has engaged in, i.e., what the statement says and what the statement communicates are the same. Watkins did certain specified acts. Monica, Marky, and Ron definitely claim certain specified acts. That is explicit. The only person who claims unspecified acts, which would be the implicit, is Funimation. That's it. That's it. Our second step is to determine if Miller's statements were capable of a defamatory meaning. Supreme Court offered the following broad guidelines to make this determination. In Texas, a statement is defamatory libel by statute if it tends to injure a living person's reputation and thereby expose a person to public hatred, contempt, or ridicule, or financial injury, or to impeach any person's honesty, integrity, virtue, or reputation. Clearly fucking defamatory. In addition, under our state's common law, a statement is defamatory per se when it is so obviously harmful that general damage such as mental anguish and loss of reputation are presumed. For example, accusing someone of a crime or having a foul or loathsome disease or of engaging in serious sexual misconduct. By the way, we know now that Ron Toye drinking gallons of semen is not even fucking defamatory because he admitted to drinking a bunch of semen on Twitter. Ron Toye is a cum guzzler by his admission. Sorry. Constitutes defamation per se. Moreover, remarks that adversely reflect on a person's fitness to conduct his or her own business or trade are also deemed defamatory per se. Do you guys not know? Do you not know about Ron drinking cum? How have you missed? I have been derelict in my duties and I apologize. You may spank me for my failure. Guys, Spectre, can somebody please send me the message of Ron's tweet showing that he drinks all of the cum? Somebody tweet it to me. Send it to me on Twitter. Send it to me on Discord. I don't care. Somebody somewhere. I thought everybody knew about this. Is anybody here who still has it? Is anybody here who still knows the truth? Oh my God. By the way, I want to mention something, guys. I haven't mentioned this before because it's brand new. There's still 1,400 of you here. Somehow. By the way, fuck you, YouTube. YouTube has been fucking my live streams for the past 5 months, and I haven't bitched about it, but I'm drunk now. Fuck you, YouTube. Fuck you. This is a good goddamn live stream, and everybody who watches it fucking likes it. Fuck you. I'm so goddamn mad. They have stopped. They have crippled my live streams. I think I can speak pretty clearly when I say that you guys like these live streams. By the way, YouTube does not. YouTube does not like me live streaming. They don't like it. I like live streaming. I know you guys noticed that I do a lot of short videos now. I do a lot of short videos because YouTube fucking hates it when I live stream. They hate it, they hate it, they hate it. But I like it. I've always liked it. It's my preferred format. Look, I do the non-live stream content trying to get people here. That's what I try and do. Anyway, YouTube's a fucking cunt, so they don't like it. All right. Anyway. What was I talking about? Oh, yes. My channel is now synced on Odyssey. Speaking of YouTube, my channel is now synced on Odyssey. If you hate YouTube, now they can't do live streaming yet. Odyssey is apparently going to start beta testing. Beta testing live streaming very soon. They have not reached out to me about it. They've apparently reached out to Ethan Ralph. Great. Fully support that. The Kill Stream is a great live stream. Tons of great interviews. And also a very drunken, angry Virginian. Great job. But they have not reached out to me about it, probably because I literally just opened an Odyssey this week and have synced my channel. If you guys want, if you hate YouTube, go watch on Odyssey. Tell your friends who hate Odyssey, tell whoever. It's all there. Oh, thank you, Corono. Corono's the goddamn man. All right. But anyway, Odyssey, Ricada Law, you can find it. You can find it. People bitch at me about not using alt tech. Look, here's the problem with alt tech is that alt tech tends to go away. And I don't like jumping on to shit that's going to go away. That's why I like Locals. I think Locals is going to be around. By the way, follow me on Locals. We're about to go fully live on Locals like this week with a fully integrated Discord bot and everything so you get access to Discord. Follow me on Locals. If you're currently subscribed to me on Patreon or Subscribestar, I'm going to be releasing promo codes to give you free fucking access to Locals for a month. I'm going to give you a free month, okay? I'm going to give them to you this week. This week is my goddamn commitment. It's taking too long. This week, if you're on Patreon or Subscribestar, you will get a promo code for Locals to get a free month. It means I'm going to give you back money. I don't even know what grifters do, give away money, but that's what I'm doing. Everybody else, if you're not on Patreon and Subscribestar, come to Locals. Join for free. It's in the pinned comment, by the way. Join for free. If you like what you see and you're intrigued and want to participate, you can then join for money. And you will get Discord access if you want. More importantly, you'll get Locals access. You'll get the ability to comment, ability to message me, all that stuff. And soon, when Locals implements live streaming, we are co-streaming to Locals. We're going to do all this shit. It's going to be fun. Plus, you'll get Locals exclusive content starting this week. Once we go live, that exclusive content is coming. If you think Hot Tub Thoughts, that's both THOTS and THOUGHTS, are coming publicly, you're wrong. We will be doing Hot Tub Thoughts on Locals. We will have Locals exclusive content, and it will not be on Patreon. It will not be Subscribestar. The goal of Locals is to eliminate these fucking bad platforms who hate us. Patreon hates me. Subscribestar is Chinese. Who cares what they like? I only like dumplings. Fuck them. They hate me. They hate people like me. They hate my friends. They hate my associates. They hate everybody. They hate you too. Locals doesn't. They will have exclusive content. And when I mean exclusive, it will be exclusive. I am genuinely saying, do not be on Patreon once Locals goes live. Do not be on Subscribestar once Locals goes live. At some point, I'm going to literally remove them. They will be gone forever. I don't want them. I don't want anything. Okay? Locals only. Tired of uploading shit to multiple platforms because some people hate Patreon and whatever. No. Only Locals. Because the more platforms I'm on, the less engagement on each platform. I hate it. I hate it. All right. Here we're on a full-on chat. Mr. Bentham says, Donald Trump voice, it's a good live stream, the best live stream. Most live streams dream they could be this great. Listen, come on. You've seen a lot of live streams. I've watched lots of live streams. I watch tons of live streams. Listen, all I watch are live streams. Frankly, who wants to watch things that are old? I watch things as they're happening. Only live streams. I've seen lots of live streams. No live stream is ever like this. We don't have live streams like this. Have you ever seen one? No, I haven't. Great live stream. The beautiful live streams. The best live streams. Terrific live streams. All right, and Paulie Toes. Huge donation. Thank you, Paulie Toes. Says, awesome. I was wondering when you were going to start posting on Odyssey or if there's something wrong with their agreement. You're one of my creators. Wish list for Libri/Odyssey. I'm on there. I'm mirrored on there. I don't know how they'll handle mirroring of my live streams since I take them down. But if it takes me opening a Ricada Law Live Odyssey, I will do it. Okay? That's not the goal. The goal is to provide all the content to Odyssey as well. Okay. Here is the tweet from Ron Toye. I am tossed, ladies and gentlemen. This salad is fucking tossed. Chair Coon, you naughty bitch. Add it up, y'all. By the way, do your own calculation. Masturbated, $100. Sucked dick, $200. Ate pussy, $300. Made a video, $2,000. Sex in public, $1,000. Swallowed cum, $700. Sent nudes, $400. Had sex, $300. Anal sex, $1,500. Threesome, $3,000. Masturbated in public, $4,000. Took facial, $2,500. Ate ass, $2,000. $69,500. This chick, who is a super degenerate, maxed out $18,500. So you know, maxing out is $18,500. I wonder what mine is. Holy shit. I haven't even checked. 18,300 on the account of one majorly historical accident. Only thing Ron hasn't done is suck dick. By the way, I'm pressing X to doubt on that. I fully believe Ron has sucked a bunch of dick. That being said, so Ron has made a video, sex in public, swallowed cum, sent nudes, embarrassing as shit, had sex, anal sex, threesome, masturbated in public. In public? The fuck is wrong with you? Took facial. He's taking a facial. What is wrong with this shit? By the way, if you haven't figured out that Ron is a giant cuck in the cleanup crew, I don't know whatever other evidence you need from this. That accident gave me 3,200 points in one shot, but after that surprise, I'm counting it. When I look back on it, there was one additional thing that really tied 3 major points, actually. So add 1,500 to that 4,700. Lol. If you don't understand that this man is a literal cleanup crew fucking cuck, I don't know what to tell you. Some guy breached the fucking gates of Monica Rial and then sprayed semen all over Ron's face. And he lapped it up. Disgusting. Disgusting. Breck says, so the anal sex part, is that receiving or giving? It's both. It's both. It's both. And as you probably know, I have no objections to the giving. All right, back to this. By the way, if you guys, like, again, not defamatory of me to say that Ron eats semen. That's his claim. From what he said, it sounds like he did it to himself. No. Don't give that beta piece of shit an out. There's no way he shot semen onto his own face, by the way. That was someone else. All right, let's get back to this. Relevant to the facts, we analyze. An accusation of child abuse is an accusation of a crime, and to use outdated parlance, defamatory per se. Further, in Texas, it is a crime to engage in online impersonation. The elements of that offense are as follows. The person commits an offense if the person, without obtaining the other person's consent and with the intent to harm, defraud, intimidate, or threaten any person, uses the name of persona of another person to create a web page or a commercial social networking site or other internet website, or post or send one or more messages on or through a commercial social networking site or other internet website other than on or through an electronic mail program or a message board program. By the way, you go to emmettplant.com. Whoa! emmettplant.com redirects you to Vic's world. emmettplant.com will take you right to Vic's world. Good job. Good job, whoever did that. All right, guys. I'm going to go to the bathroom because I just realized I'm really, really drinking a lot of liquor and I've got to pee. So what I'm going to do right now is play The Peeing Wasted Lawyer just for you. This is a new song from My Room Records. Okay? I'll see you guys in just a minute.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your PN is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers. A creature is approaching. It sees inside the darkest parts of me, and I know I can't ignore it without becoming my own enemy. The darkness that surrounds us is closing faster than our eyes can see. We have to come together before
Oh, I'm
we
always
lose
late. I'm always 3
ability.
minutes. I'm 3 minutes late. Or 1 minute late. Damn it. Sorry. By the way, the autoplay on that, it's not a copyright. It's from My Room Records. He is not going to copy strike me. By the way, My Room Records does the second song as well. He's a phenomenally talented artist. You guys should check out My Room Records. My Room Records on SoundCloud. Go listen to all of his stuff. If you're going to be gone for the day, just leave it on repeat. Give that guy money. Okay, sorry, I checked on my brisket. That's the problem there. I need to download my song and put it on the fucking media source. It's not there yet. Look, I'm lazy as shit. Get over it. Get over it. Okay. YouTube will not take the stream down at all. It's My Room Records. He's a bro. He's a bro homie. I got these jalapeno chips. This stream is not brought to you by Zapp's Hot and Hot jalapeno chips, but they're fucking good anyway. I'm so goddamn drunk. I don't even care. I'm going to eat on stream. Fuck all of y'all. That's a good fucking chip. Okay. Back to this. We're on page 30. We have 27. We're only just barely over halfway done. I don't think this stream is going to end tonight. The two statements made by Miller that we focus on are reasonably capable of defaming Watkins. The claim that a parent goes to the length of making a child sleep on the floor to punish the child for associating with another child merely because a parent does not like the parent's playmate would, or the playmate's parent would, in our view, be an allegation of abuse that could involve both police and CPS. The other parents who filed, and by the way, again, we're going to Vic's case, assault, sexual assault, unwanted touching and kissing. The other parents who filed declarations stated that Miller had characterized Watkins as an abusive and unsafe in the treatment of her daughter. The daughter had no longer wished to live with Watkins. According to one of Miller's emails, she needed to involve CPS because Watkins should not be around children. Let's take a moment on this. If I were doing a TCPA case or a defamation case in Texas today, I would get a declaration from friendly party I would get a declaration from friendly parties that said exactly what defamation they saw. If I were running Vic's case right now, today, it shouldn't be necessary. But if I were, in light of this decision, running Vic's case, I would get an affidavit from me. I would ask for affidavits from. I would ask for unsworn declarations from me, from you guys, from Vic's fans, from the Risen Bull Rangers. I would ask for declarations from all of them saying exactly what was said over and over again and how that made me feel. That's what I would do. Hindsight's 20/20. But that's what I would do in light of this case. Indeed. Miller's brief argues that her comments were matters of public concern that involve active abuse that were reportable to authorities, same as Vic's case. Also, Miller was open about making the allegations because she wanted Watkins' presence removed from the school, same as Vic's case. Thus, the statements had a direct impact on Watkins' ability to be a substitute teacher. This is amazing because this shit is shit that both Monica, Markey, Funimation, or whatever, they all argued was a basis for their argument, and that Law Twitter supported as a reason that their statement should not be defamatory. That's amazing. Thus, the statements had a direct impact on Watkins' ability to be a substitute teacher. Like, just replace substitute teacher with attendee at a convention, and you got it. Further, Miller claimed that Watkins had committed acts that are accusations of the crime of online impersonation, though Miller later tried to assert that she had never filed a formal police report specifically accusing Watkins of a crime. She sent a police report to the school stating that she had told police that she believed that Watkins had been creating false Facebook profiles in order to spy and send messages to other individuals to slander Miller. In the report that Miller shared with the school, so again, this is amazing. Because Ron told Kamea Khan that Vic would be criminally charged. Yet Ron never produced evidence that he filed a police report or anything else. And they said, people legitimately said, yeah, but they didn't actually produce a police report. They didn't actually file a criminal complaint. Doesn't matter whether you did it or not. You told people that it would happen. Watkins had been creating false Facebook profiles in order to spy and send messages to other individuals to slander Miller. In the report that Miller shared with the school, police stated they had advised Miller of the law regarding online impersonation, that there could possibly be a criminal charge if Watkins had been using information of another person to create profiles and using them with the intent to harm Miller. Miller made similar allegations to school officials and other parents. In essence, Miller published statements that Watkins had performed acts that potentially constituted a crime, like assault and sexual assault, by the fucking way, and then provided the school with a report from police that outlined the nature of the alleged criminal offense might have been committed based on the acts that Miller had accused Watkins of doing. Such an accusation is reasonably capable of defaming Watkins. So then we have footnotes. Section 261, blah, 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 which defines abuse as mental or emotional injury to a child that results in an observable and material impairment to the child growth, development, and psychological functioning. So this is going into that abuse. What are the elements of abuse that we need? And in a similar case, we would go into the elements of assault or sexual assault, which defines a person responsible for a child's care, custody, or welfare as a person who traditionally is responsible for a child's care, custody, or welfare, including school personnel or volunteer at the child's school, and which states that a person having cause to believe that a child's physical or mental health or welfare has been adversely affected by abuse or neglect by any person shall immediately make a report as provided by the subchapter. Okay. So again, Vic's case rings true here because they suggested that because of Vic's actions, which they claimed were criminal, he should not be allowed to engage in convention because those conventions involved children, minors, and women. All three of them. It was explicit. It was express. And they have maintained it. Now, I'm going to stop here. We're going to pick this up tomorrow. I didn't realize this was as juicy as it was. Look, I've skimmed this case. I've not read this entire case. I've skimmed this case. Okay? Okay, you motherfuckers. I've skimmed it. I've not read all of it. And I have determined that it was useful. I didn't realize how useful it was. Listen, credit to AWIG 81005 or whatever his fucking name is on here. He has sent me information about this case, and I've been ignoring it. It's not because it's him. AWIG is great. The problem with it is I have been fucking abandoning my hope. My hope in a just system. And I've been trying to convince you to abandon yours since, I don't know, June of last year. It's tiring. It's hard. It's hard, guys. I have wanted to ignore this case. I've wanted to ignore the implications of what's going on in this case. But it's time to stop ignoring it. It's time to talk about it, and it's time to talk about what the appeals court might do. And so, as a result, tomorrow, Monday, I will probably, unless something major comes up Monday, I will be finishing this document. But I can't do it tonight. I'm way too drunk to keep going. I need to go and fall asleep on my couch next to my smoker and read some fucking Warhammer. Oh, excuse me. We've got chats to do still tonight. Just so you know, we're not going to ignore those. We've got chats to do tonight. And then tomorrow, we will be finishing this up tomorrow night. Tomorrow during the day, I'm going to try and get up at 8 a.m. and watch the Chauvin shit. All right. I have actually another short video to do tomorrow. I don't know when or how I'm going to do it. Probably after the morning motions on Chauvin. We're going to do this. Mark Elias, a fucking gigantic demacuck. Democrat cuck. That's what a demacuck is. Mark Elias has been sanctioned. Mark Elias is a guy who created, by the way, he created Democracy Docket, and he defended several lawsuits by Republicans about election irregularities to comply with YouTube. And Mark Elias said over and over there were no election irregularities. Mark Elias also filed suit in Iowa and New York saying there were election irregularities because he's a fucking beta bitch. Anyway, Mark Elias has been sanctioned by a Texas court for lying about election lawsuits. Think about that. This motherfucking cunt got sanctioned by the court for lying to the court. That video is coming out tomorrow. So, Phoenix Lord Asherman, I would do Twitch tonight if I didn't have to wake up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Actually, like 7:30. I got to be up in just under 6 hours to do this Chauvin stream. So, anyway, that's coming tomorrow. We'll talk about that. You guys should check it out. It's pretty crazy what's going on. Other than that, 200 Watt Studio is BTFOing me, by the way. Saying I can't handle my moonshine. He's right. He's right. I can't handle my moonshine. I don't want to handle it. It's way too fucking sweet. Apple pie moonshine. Fuck that. I'm done with it. Anyway, I will tomorrow night finish this. We're at page 32 of 57. I'll finish this and include any other fun stories of the day. It is really encouraging for Vic. I hate saying that. I'm trying not to. God, I don't want to have hope. Please, if I had a prayer, right? We go conservative Christian here. Dear Lord Jesus Christ, please do not give me hope in anything, lest I be disappointed. I pray only for disappointment to be exceeded by your will. There you go. That's my hope on Vic Mignogna's case. That is my prayer on it. Fuck all y'all. If you send me $150 in super chats right now, I will pray to absolve you of your sins. That's how we roll here. It is pay for pray, motherfuckers. If you want to get healed, if you want to get blessed, if you want to have the prophet Nick Regatta answer your prayers. This is a joke. Please do not send me $150 right now. This is literally a fucking joke. It's a joke. If you didn't watch Yellow Flash's stream, I covered a YouTube grifter who has me beat. It's Maddie G Nada whatever. She literally pretends to be a prophet of God who does healing via super chat. Fuck her. I'm joking. I am immensely joking. Please, dear Christ, do not send me $150. I'm joking. Sorry, the drunkenness made the joke get out ahead of me. That said, guys, I'm trying to figure out how to hook up a webcam to my YouTube. Or not my YouTube, my Xbox. My Xbox, because I can Twitch from my Xbox, and I can include a webcam and a microphone if I can figure out how to hook them up. I'm working on that right now because I would love to sit on my lazy fucking couch in my heated floor, 4-season porch with my Xbox and my big ass TV and play games with you guys. But I don't know how to do it yet. I'm working on it. So once I figure that out, I will do it. There will be no Twitch tonight because I am drunk out of my damn mind, and Twitch would hate me for it. So that being said, let's do these super chats and justice chats, and then let's go to fucking bed. And then I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Where are we? Bone says, can you tell me how to contact Ken Jennings? I have a friend who needs a shrink who won't browbeat him with commie university nonsense. Bone, email me, and I will see if Ken Jennings is interested. Greg Atlas is joking like you joke about Australia and India not existing. You think Australia and India not existing is a joke? You think that's a joke? They shit in the street, yet they, at the same time, ask women to show bobs and vagine without pause, without regret, and without remorse. You think India is real? You honestly think those fucking weirdos are real? Of course they're not real. Of course they're a fed. I can't believe you would do this. I can't believe it. Night of Hope says, real anime fans know anime storytelling is mostly terrible. Thank you. It's okay. God, this is what pisses me off. When I say storytelling in a particular genre or medium is terrible. By the way, universe storytelling is terrible. Warhammer storytelling, fucking bad. It's bad. It's shit. You can like it. Stop thinking it's good. It's not. The amount of storytelling that even has the ability to be good is extremely, extremely limited. Don't sell yourself short to good storytelling. Want better from your mediums. Want them to find their better place. You tell anime or video games that their storytelling is good, they will stop improving. And they're not there. Books have been around for eons, literal eons. That's why storytelling in books is good. Video games and anime and movies too, by the way, they're very limited in how long they've been around. They're limited in their refining of their techniques. That's why they're not good. There's nothing wrong with the medium. Storytellers need to get better. Sam says, it's good if I like it. Shut up, you're just a hater. No, it's not good if you like it. It's not. No. Two things. One, you can like it. That's fine. I love video game. I love Warhammer. I love anime. Even though the storytelling in all three is fucking bad. I love them all. It's okay. But I want their stories to get better because I love the non-story elements of them enough that if they can get their storytelling up to par, I will love their non-story elements plus their storytelling maximally. You always want your things to improve. Please let them improve. Don't let them be complacent. Please. I'm advocating for you. You guys think I'm criticizing you. I'm not. I'm advocating for you. I want you to get a better end product. And if you sit there and you say, you know what? The storytelling in Evangelion was really fucking good. Oh my God! No, it wasn't! Storytelling in Cowboy Bebop was really fucking good. No! It wasn't! Just because you like the characterization, because you like the action, those aren't good story. Those are parts of storytelling. That's not a good story. Cowboy Bebop has a shit story. So does Outlaw Star. So does Dragon Ball Z. So does literally every anime you watch. It's shit stories. It's fucking bad. I don't know how else to tell you. It's not about whether or not they can do better. They can do better. They can do better. Let them do better. Demand they do better. Because all the things you like about anime that uses a fucking crutch like some goddamn quadriplegic cripple to make their story better, all those things you like will still be there when the story improves. I don't know why in God's name you would disagree with me on this. It's only because you're a cuck. Look, if you're a cuck, that's your thing. You're like, oh, I love anime. No, stop it. Stop. I'm trying to help you. Trying to make... Berserk is not a great story. Oh, fucking Christ. It is a generic story. It is so abysmally generic. But it's okay that it's generic. Berserk is fucking awesome. Anybody who doesn't like Berserk is a beta bitch. Love Berserk. Love it all day. Demand better story from the next thing. I'm helping you. You don't even realize it. You guys are such weird fanboy cucks that you're like, no, he hates us. No, I love you. I love the thing that you love. I want it to be even better for you. I want it to be better for you. You guys are weird. You're weird. You're stuck. You're stuck. Oh my God. It's like someone has got you handcuffed and just raping you anally, and you're like, this is good because I enjoy it. No! You can still enjoy anal sex. Just take off the handcuffs. It's not my fault. Ace Brain 2003 says, yo, Nick, here's an idea. Since you already did a parody stream making fun of Twitch thoughts, you should do a parody stream making fun of the grifting pastors using your pastor voice the entire time. Maybe. Didn't Inuyasha and Furry Curry have good stories? Are you serious? Andrew, you're honestly saying that? Oh my God. I'm gonna ironically tell you to eat a fucking bullet. What is wrong with you? No, they didn't. No. They don't. They didn't. Marvel. Listen, guys, I love Marvel movies. They have shit stories too. Why? Why are you guys married to this idea that because you like it, the story is good? It's not. It's not good. These are generic archetypal stories. That doesn't make them good. That doesn't make them unique. That doesn't make them anything. They're just generic archetypal stories. Again, I love Warhammer. I have shitloads of Warhammer. I've this shelf. Let me tell you guys, this shelf is easily $30,000 of books. Easily. Look at this. You see what's behind these books? More books. More books. Pay attention here. That's the same on this shelf, on this shelf, on that shelf, and on that shelf that you can't see. There are 2 layers of books. I love Warhammer. I have spent more money on Warhammer than most people spend on cars. Listen. Warhammer storytelling is shit. It relies on crutches, the universe genre, recognizable characters that people care about whether or not the storytelling is good. Events that people care about whether or not the storytelling is good. It doesn't matter. I love it. It's great. I want the storytelling to be better in those things. All right? And you should too. Universe genred fiction has not caught up to even genred fiction. Universe genred fiction is not the same as sci-fi. Sci-fi is a category of fiction, okay? And sci-fi is developed. It has themes. It has... You can have great sci-fi storytelling. You can have great sci-fi storytelling in the genre. Universe fiction is there's really limited universe fiction, by the way. Game of Thrones, Star Wars, Star Trek, Warhammer, Halo, a couple others. Not many. Magic the Gathering has some novels. These universes rely on crutches, which are bad storytelling. Anime, by the way, is in the same category as universe genre fiction. It doesn't mean it's bad or unenjoyable. It just means that the storytelling in it is weaker and less refined. It's new. It's new. Don't apologize for it. If you guys keep apologizing for this shit that they shovel you because you like the thing, and I like Warhammer, but it's shit. It's shit all over the place. I like it still. I like the bad stuff and the good stuff. It doesn't matter. If you keep apologizing for the shit, they're going to keep shoveling shit to you. Look, if the furnace keeps burning, they don't care if it's coal or shit. I can't fucking believe so many people have the anime, the video game dicks in their goddamn mouths that they're like, no, these stories are great. They're not. They're not great. There is no classic anime. There is no classic, legitimately classic video game because they're not there yet. That's okay. They're new. They're new. Books have had, 800 years of advantage over them? 8 centuries of advantage. It's okay. Just stop accepting bad shit. Demand better. Demand better. It's okay. It's okay to like the bad shit. I love tons of bad shit. It's right here. It's right here. Just demand better at the same time. That's all I'm saying. DP, people can think it's good if they want. No, they can't. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Why? Why would you accept lesser when you can get better? I don't understand you guys. I don't understand. It's like, look, I could have Carmen and Electra, but really I'm going to settle for Jamie Markey because pussy's pussy. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop. You're better than that. You're better than that. It's so weird. It's so weird to me. All right. Night of Hope says, real anime fans know anime storytelling is mostly terrible. Thank you. For those who like stories and haven't experienced a few good ones, check out Gunbuster 1988, Anohana, Your Name, Spirited Away, and Violent Evergarden. Night of Hope says, I'd also give honorable mentions to movies or shows like Ninja Scroll. I mean, Ninja Scroll isn't that great of a story. It's a fun fucking movie. I love Ninja Scroll. It's not that great of a story. Little Witch Academia, Furikuri, Kaguya-sama, and Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. They're not high art by any means. That's different than good story, by the way. But they're fun to watch and also have entertaining, well-written stories. Ace of Spades says, Preacher, and the Lord said, Nick, shut the hell up, boy. While I give you the ability to speak doesn't make you intelligent. You're wrong. Your opinion on this is just that, an opinion, and I will cast you down if you continue. So says God. Can I get a hallelujah? Give me a hallelujah if you agree. No one nowhere says rackets on EFAP discussing storytelling is what 2021 needs. Look, you guys have mingled. You have mingled what is a good story versus what is fun to watch. It's okay. Fun to watch is separate. Good. Most of the shit I watch is not good stories. Most of the books I read are not good stories. It's okay. It's okay to enjoy things that aren't good. It's okay. But it's also at the same time okay to demand the storytelling in the things you do enjoy to be better. You know why? It will push you. It will push you. It will challenge you. It will make the experience even more. All right. All right. Night of Hope says, heck, of course I forgot to mention Blue Submarine number 6. That's another very well-written story in an anime that's right up there with the first ones I mentioned. If you get a chance to binge it sometime, has a lot of subtle touches and fun twists. I'll check it out. I'm not aware of it. Maybe it is good. Spoiler alert, Japan is bad at storytelling, even if that is good anime. By the way, there can be exceptions to these rules. There can be. Demand they make the exception the norm. It's okay. It's okay to expect better. Marty Lund says, been waiting days hoping you'd read this. Thanks, Nick. Hey, thanks, Marty. Shadows King 1 says, Ron hasn't sucked dick. The only thing with more X's is the gay cuck porno he did working as the one-man cleanup crew. Knight says, I don't think Ron cleans up because I don't think Ron likes pussy. If he puts his dick in it, he can at least pretend it's some guy's huge muscular fist. Considering how tight horse vaginas are, it's probably not that far off in sensation. Ron's an F slur. Facts Not Feeling says, this is why Ron is always salty and disgusting. In passive voice, my brothers, as the weather gets warmer and the protesters begin blocking the freeways, the highways, and the roadways again and breaking shit, we are called to hit the gas. As the men, we are called to charge ahead and hit those motherfuckers. Use God's missile. He predestined it to be created by man to make a missile out of a metal and to run it into the protester. There you go. Night of Hope says, I don't like how you scream about things when you're drunk. You start using superlatives and being over the top. That isn't a conversation. That's why people think you're criticizing them. It's because you are kind of disingenuous. Talk to us like adults, bro. Fuck you! Night of Hope! Eat shit! No, the problem is that these deserve superlatives. They deserve it. They deserve it. They deserve it, man. Dungeon Master says, will your Twitch streams be on locals too? Not right now. And Hope says, also, I don't know if it's just drunk Nick or if it's regular Nick, but I've been noticing been getting a little defensive when I'm even a little critical of you. Do you dislike me that much, man? Because I like you. Wish you wouldn't take me so personally. Look, if I think you're wrong, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. I've never been anything other than honest. Criticizing me, I don't care. I don't care if you criticize me. If you say my ideas or opinions are wrong, I'm going to push back. Because they're my ideas and opinions. I don't understand why I wouldn't defend them. Shadows King says, dude, I agree with you, but your point kind of falls flat when you spend $30,000 on stories you think are bad. Why? Why is that? I like something. I support I buy everything that comes out of Warhammer because I like it so much. I want it to be better. I want them to keep throwing darts until they make it better. That's not weird. That's support, of course. If you like Star Wars and you realize that all 9, by the way, all 9 Star Wars movies are bad at storytelling. All 9. All of them are bad at storytelling. You can like them all day. You can love the universe. You can love George Lucas's vision for a universe and creating something unique and new and great. You can love its contributions to sci-fi. None of that makes it good. None of that makes it a good story. Why is this so fucking weird to you people? I don't understand. You can like it and it can still be bad. You can support it. It can still be bad. Why is this hard? Why is this hard? I love Dread. Dread isn't a good story. It's a very fucking basic story. But Dread is fun and it hits all the necessary elements of this basic story. That's fine. It's okay. You can throw money at it all day. Doesn't make it good. And it can be better. What is weird about this? I don't get you. I don't understand. I don't get it. How do you guys exist? Wanting nothing better than what you have. If I like a thing, I will buy more of it. Whether I like it or not doesn't make it objectively good, and it doesn't mean it's reached a level of maturity that is worthy of the attention we give it. We can keep supporting it even if it's not worthy yet. Fledgling things mature. Look, think about it this way, okay? Let me help analogize this for you. Kids. I have 5 of them. Okay? I have 5 kids. None of those kids are up to par for what I consider a developed human. None of them. They're all deficient in some way. They're all deficient. I want better humans out of all 5 of my children. I like all of them. Personally, I love all of them. That doesn't mean shit. Loving something is forgiving all of its failures. I love all of them, obviously. I like all of them individually, okay? They all have room to grow and develop into something bigger than what they are. And if you guys don't understand that anime and video games have room to grow, and if you keep apologizing for their badness rather than saying, I like this, but I want more, I want better. I don't know what to tell you. I like my kids. I want them to be better. I like my kids. I want them to understand more about the world. I like my kids. I want them to send danker memes, whatever it is. I want them to be better. Anime and video games, you guys, I'm telling you as a friend, you guys are fucking simps for anime. You're simps for anime. Let me give you a controversial opinion. I love Vic. Vic's voices are still dubbed anime. And dubbed anime is fucking garbage. You guys know this. You want dubbed anime to be better, don't you? Here's the hot take. Vic's dubbed anime is less than what it could be. Dubbed anime entirely is less than what it could be. Of course it is. You know this. You know this. The funny fucking thing is you keep rejecting it. You're like, no, not in this area, but in this area, yeah. No, It's bad, and you know it's bad, but it doesn't matter. You love the thing, so you ignore its badness. It's fine. It's fine. At the same time as loving it, demand better. Demand better while you love it. It's cool. It's okay. You guys are weird. I don't get you. I don't understand you. Why don't you want things to be better? I want everything that I like to be better. I don't care about things I don't like. I want things I like to be better. Alice James, what makes a good story? That's fucking like 19 hours of discussion. That's a college course on discussion. I'm not a story snob. Why are you not a story snob is your real question. Why are you apologizing for bad things? Oh, I don't get it. I don't. Literally, never in my life will I say, I like that. It's not as good as it should be, but that's fine. What the fuck is wrong with you? AC, stop watching bad anime and assuming all the same anime medium is also bad. It's all bad. Stop it. Oh Christ. Here, let me say this. Stop watching good anime and assuming all of the anime medium is good. It's the same argument. It doesn't matter. Jesus Christ. It needs work. It needs years. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine to need years of... Listen, let me get this out of the fucking context of shit you guys simp for and suck the dicks of. You guys are embarrassing me right now. Oh my God. Stop it. Stop it. Let's take this out of anime. Let's take this out of entertainment entirely. Muslims are fucking bad. You know why Muslims are fucking bad? It has nothing to do with the Muslim faith. It has nothing to do with anything. Let's get into this. The Christian Reformation. The Christian Reformation happened somewhere in the 1600s. Okay? Right? We're in agreement on this. Islam is 600 years in origin behind Christianity. Okay? Do you understand this? Shit takes time. Islam is 600 years behind Christianity. Islam is ripe. It's ripe for reformation. It's ripe for enlightenment. Do you get this? Christianity started somewhere around the year 240 AD with the Council of Nicaea and all that shit. Okay? Somewhere in there. It's a mess. It's a mess to try and figure out where Christianity actually separates from Reformed Judaism. But Christianity at some point separates from Reformed Judaism. And it takes over a goddamn fucking millennia for it to enter enlightenment, reformation, and recovery. Okay? Think about this, please. Islam has never undergone enlightenment, reformation, and recovery. And there are reasons for this. One is time. Time is not linearly applicable to all things. Time is a function of a whole lot of things. One is time. Two is who controls the power. Three is schisms, okay? Like, look, there's a lot that goes into why Islam has not reformed in the same way Christianity. But legitimately, part of that function is time and maturity. Hasn't been an enlightenment in Islam. There hasn't been. There are some people trying to make it. It's not there yet. Anime, video games, and in some ways, movement have not gone through reconciliation and enlightenment. You will not catch me saying, oh, Casablanca's great storytelling. Fuck off. Fuck off with that nonsense. A lot of old movies are bad storytelling. We give them credit for being better than their peers. Doesn't make them objectively good. Okay? Storytelling in literature, books, has been refined for well over a millennia. Storytelling in movies has been only refined for about 100 to 130 years. It's not that old. It's really young. Anime, 50 years, 40 years. Video games, 30. Guys, they have plenty of time to get better. Plenty of time to get better, and you can demand better from them. You can tell them the cool thing about, same thing with Islam, by the way. By the way, you know why we demand Islam to be better? Because Christianity and Judaism went through reformations, significant reformations. You notice the Jews aren't invading Canaan anymore, right? Like, we recognize that Christianity and Judaism went through significant reformations. They refined themselves. They matured. They did something different. We demand that Islam is on a shorter timeline because it takes lessons from its predecessors. The other Abrahamic religions. This is not weird. Same thing with anime and video games. We demand that they take a look at their fucking contemporaries and their predecessors and take notes and do better things. They don't need 800 years of literature to get anime to a good place. Anime won't get to a good place if you don't actually fucking ask for it. Same thing with video games. They're not there yet. It's okay. I'm not a Alice James, stop it. I'm not appealing to age and tradition / logical fallacy. No, I'm not appealing to them. I'm not saying anime isn't good because it's young. I'm saying anime is bad because it's fucking bad. And you should feel bad for apologizing for it. Same with video games. Stop. Stop. Demand the same quality that you get from literature, which is 1,000 years old. Not because literature isn't good because it's 1,000 years old. Literature's just had 1,000 years to mature and has gone through a bunch of growing pains. Allow those things to inform anime and video games. That's all I'm saying. And the fact that you guys don't get that bothers me. It bothers the shit out of me. Diamond Duck, brisket, dry rub only. Why would you do anything else? I'm from Texas. If you put sauce on your brisket, you should put sauce on your fucking grave after you jump off a goddamn cliff. Anyway, by the way, Night of Hope, I don't hate you in any way. I don't argue with you particularly. You just send a lot of chats. But guys, you gotta stop. Someday you're gonna stop apologizing for these bad things. You're gonna realize you're gonna go, oh fuck, most of these anime are fucking bad. I like them, but they're bad. It's okay. Night of Hope says, high art is commonly shorthand for things being great. High art isn't great. High art is fucking weird. High art involves some guy drawing a line on canvas or a cross on canvas, and that's being great. Look, I went to the Chicago Museum of Modern Art, and they had a fucking wheelbarrow full of gumballs as great art. That should be nuked from orbit. That's not great art. That's bullshit. What the fuck does a wheelbarrow full of gumballs have to do with anything? You guys are missing the point. You're thinking that I'm arguing that older is better. That's not true. You're thinking that I'm arguing that some particular level of prestige or affirmation is better? No. No, no, no. Your affirmation is all that matters. If you disagree with me and you think that anime is good, fine. Fine. Exist and wallow in your fucking subpar stories. I don't care. I'm telling you to demand better for you. I'm not going to watch the anime. Jesus Christ, why would I? I'm never going to watch the anime. I'm telling you for you. Enjoy what you have and then demand they improve every single fucking time. Demand they do better. You deserve it. It's your money. It's your time. Why would you not want things to be better than what they are? I don't get it, guys. Every single Warhammer book I have, I buy it with the hopes that the next book is better. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't get it. Why would you not want things to be better? When you spend $30,000 on books, doesn't that tell someone that the book stories are good enough? No. No. Because fucking honestly, $30,000 in books is way less than some of your anime collections. Don't even fucking at me. Literally, if you have 1,500 anime on your shelf, you spent more than 30 grand on anime. And I know a lot of people in this chat have more than 1,500 DVDs of anime. I know, like, I'm not flexing with the 30K, by the way. I think many of you don't realize what kind of problem. I know what problem I have. I've quantified it. I claim it on my taxes. I don't know if you know what kind of problem you have. Listen to me. Many of you have spent more than 30K on anime. It's fine. You're fans. You're great. You don't buy anime because you think it's good enough. You buy anime because you like it and you hope it gets better. This is the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest fucking argument that you guys have on the... It blows my mind. It blows my mind harder than Ron blows his load thinking about a black man having his way with Monica Rial. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know what you guys even want anymore. Night of Hope says, I love you too, buddy. Me too, buddy. Shadows King says demand better drop stacks on bad shit. Yeah. Don't you want to encourage them to keep making stuff? Make stuff that you like, but you hope it's better. I don't understand the distinction here. And if Hope says, remember, you're the one that claims to like conversations. I do. I love conversations. I agree immensely with what you're saying here, but there's better ways to argue it. Look, I'm talking and you're sending text. It's not a great medium. This is here's an active demonstration of this. YouTube communication is shit, right? Because you send me a chat by a text and I respond via a whole bunch of voice. Your text is limited by characters. My text is limited only by about how much time I choose to spend on it. And when I'm drunk, that's going to be fucking disproportionate. This is the exact example of what you're talking about. I agree mentally with what you're saying here, but there's better ways to argue it. Yeah, of course there's better ways. We should demand better ways, but you're still spending money on justice chats, right? Because you like it, but you want a better way. You've made the point. I don't. E.g., the relative ages of Western versus Eastern storytelling, literacy in Asia and the age of printing press, etc. It's not a condemnation. I think maybe that's the point that you guys are missing. I think you guys are missing the point. I'm not condemning anime. I'm not condemning video games, and I'm not condemning Eastern storytelling. I'm not condemning them. I'm hoping and wanting them to grow. I'm just saying they're bad because if you say they're good, if everyone says they're good, they'll stagnate. Trust me, they will. We've seen video games stagnate for a decade, by the way. Outside of some rare outliers, we've seen video game storytelling stagnate by a decade. Because people apologize for it and say it's good when it's not. I hope you guys understand that. It's okay to like it. It's okay to support it. It's also okay to demand better. And we've seen video game storytelling stagnate a decade. We've seen anime storytelling stagnate at least a decade. That's all. That's all. Someday you guys are going to understand this. Roger says you hit the nail on the head. This is what I've been trying to tell people about movies, music, books, etc. for a while. You like something that is objectively bad, nothing wrong with that. I like tons. My favorite movies are bad. Starship Troopers is bad. It's bad storytelling. Dread is bad storytelling. The Raid is shit storytelling. If you think The Raid, one of my favorite movies of all time, if you think The Raid Redemption is good storytelling, oh my God, eat glass. What is wrong with you? It is the most basic fucking storytelling on the planet. And it's just, they cheat by having the best goddamn action sequences I've ever seen. Period. The Raid is fucking bad storytelling and great action. It's so great. I jizz every time I see him take a knife and stab it into someone's leg and then drag it along. I'm like, oh! I add $300 or whatever to the fucking masturbation complex. I don't understand why you guys don't understand this. Okay. Night of Hope says, what I personally find a little baffling is how writing storytelling used to be really important to the mediums in film that could show up in Gunbuster 1988, 30 years ago, but goes so far down the toilet as to barely exist now. There's a fascinating conversation. Yes, you're with me. Night of Hope. I love you. I love you. You know it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And here, I'll tell you the reasons. Look, this is so amazing. You're with me on this and you don't even know it. Here's why. 30 years ago, in 1988, anime was emulating literature. They're borrowing literary themes. And then they realize something. I can cheat if I have cool animation with an archetype. Cool animation with an archetypal story that's good enough. That's all you need. Cool animation, archetypal story. Some supplant it with tits or fan service. That's ancillary. Cool animation and archetypal story overcomes good storytelling. Archetypal stories aren't good because they're archetypal. Again, that's a misnomer. You've got it, though. But a bunch of people expressed what they wanted out of the medium. And those people, frankly, were objectively wrong. They wanted good animation. I'm objectively wrong on anime. By the way, all I want in anime is ninjas, tits, and fucking mecha. You guys have told me over and over that I'm wrong on anime. There's all sorts of shit. That there's slice of life. That there's boring other shit that matters. There's comedy anime. Who fucking wants to watch comedy anime? I don't know. You guys have told me over and over that I'm wrong. Great. You know why I'm wrong? Because I like ninjas, tits, and mecha. And that's it. That's what I want for my anime. You guys are like, no. There's an opportunity for anime to tell me a story I identify with. Well, then fucking appreciate the opportunity. Jesus Christ. Why? I'm never going to understand you. I'm never, ever going to understand you until you demand more from your anime. Night of Hope knows it. He knows it. He gets it. Night of Hope says, oh, now your arguments get better. Gee, it's almost like you took my feedback, you insufferable cunt. Just kidding, lol. No, it is. It's the medium. We're stuck in the medium, buddy. I love you. I love you. Night of Hope. It's not, it's entirely me. It's the medium, though. You're talking by text and I'm talking by screaming into a fucking microphone, which everybody hates right now. It's fine. This isn't a conversation. If we were sitting there having drinks and talking about this, we would agree on all this stuff. Of course we would. Because what I'm saying isn't controversial unless you're insulated by a lack of ability to respond to me and bias. And I'm insulated by bias too. I'm not immune to this. Guys, it's me you're talking to. I recognize the weakness in my own arguments. I recognize that I haven't seen every anime. I understand there's probably some anime out there that tells a good story. The difference is I'm working within a bad medium and I know it. And you guys, this is not your fault, by the way. You guys are limited by your ability to communicate with me. If I could have all of you on screen at the same time, you would probably be like Cody and you'd out-argue me. That'd be great. We'd have a great discussion. All I'm saying is take this to your friend circles. Take it to your purchases. Take it to the companies you buy from. And demand better. Because you deserve better. I love you guys. Love all y'all. In the gayest way possible. In the like Ron Toye, I will clean up all your semen, whatever it is. Whatever it is. As long as I'm eating it out of an ass or vagina, it's fine. I will do whatever. I love you guys. I want you guys to get better entertainment. That's all I want on earth is for you guys to get better shit. All right. Next. Shadows King says, encourage anime to be better by spending $30K on limited editions. It'll get better that way. It will. I legitimately promise you. By the way, Arch Warhammer today, I got to talk to Arch. I'm going to send a message to Arch. I think we need to have a chat. Warhammer today, Warhammer announced the acquisition of a new person for the sole fucking purpose of expanding their reach in normie spheres. Guys, Warhammer today hired a person who's head of Hasbro for a time. And they said, we need to have better. We need better stuff from Warhammer. They've got books locked down for the most part. They need better movies. They need better video games. And so they hired someone to be better. You know why they hired someone to be better? Do you know why they hired someone to be better? It's because dumb motherfuckers spent $30,000 demanding their stories to be better. Of course they fucking did. Of course they did. And guys, go out. Look, if you want to buy the naked Jesus Christ. If you want to buy the naked furikuri waifu pillow, go buy it. 100%. Buy everything from the thing that you like and want to be better. Buy it all. Because the more things you buy, the better chance they have to make another one. I don't fucking get it. I don't understand. Capitalism works. It really works. It really works. buy it. But at the same time, look, I've spent $29,000 more than every other generic Warhammer fan. And when I say, I love this, please make it better, they should listen. When Arch Warhammer, when Major Kill, when A Border Prince, when 40K Theories, when One Mind Syndicate, when Lutein, when all of them say, this is what the story is, I want it to be better, believe me. And they get 900,000 views or whatever. Believe me. If you don't think Games Workshop is listening, they are. They are listening. May not work on Star Wars because Star Wars is full of a bunch of beta bitches. And Star Wars will make money no matter what until you guys stop buying it, you fucking simps. That being said, other properties, animes, guys, animes matter. They matter. They matter. They fucking matter. Here we go. I'll be right back.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your PM is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers.
Okay. Let's see. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. Look at this. Star Wars is unassailable because Star Wars is a whatever we put out is $1 billion franchise. So there's going to be something that takes a lot to get Star Wars undone. Anime as a genre is the same thing, but anime as properties isn't. It isn't. It isn't that. Especially in the US. Guys, I don't know if you know this. One of the most popular animes in the US is Ouran High School Host Club. You know why there's no season 2 of Ouran High School Host Club? Because Japan doesn't fucking care about it because nobody liked it in Japan. In America, it's exceedingly popular. Exceedingly popular. You have the opportunity to ask for better on something like Ouran High School Host Club Season 2, which doesn't exist yet, but it could. It could. Money drives all things. But they do listen. Star Wars is long gone. Ignore Star Wars. It's an outlier. But honestly, other things matter. All right, next. Night of Hope says shorthand means it's an expression. It's a turn of phrase. Are you or aren't you a lawyer? You're being stupid on purpose right now. Just stop. Jeez, man. What fucking shorthand are you talking about? You didn't mention shorthand. What are you talking about? Wolfgang says, maybe if you would stop looking at the anime that most people watch, you realize there are truly some gems in anime. Listen to yourself, Jesus Christ! Oh, look, buried in anime that no one watches, there's good stuff. Fuck's sake, man! Make it the mainstream. What is wrong with you? Ah! I don't get you guys. I don't get it. Angelic Layer, Kitty Grade, and Area 88. Both the old OVA from the 80s and the one from the early 2000s. So shove it, Nick. For fuck's sake! You're going to go back to an anime from the 80s? You two, you and Night of Hope. Look, anime's great because in the 80s, there was great anime. Well, fuck me. Akira was great. Akira's a good fucking story. They notice what they're not making right now? They're not making fucking Akira. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you people? I mean, God damn it. Do you even listen to yourselves? Oh man, back in 1989, there was a great anime. Well, yeah, back in 1989. What are they doing in 2009 through 2019? Fucking shit. They're shoving dildos up their ass and calling it anal. Come on! Fucking Christ, guys! Have a goddamn standard in your lives! What is wrong with you? Yeah, Subway made a nice sandwich back in 1992, but... Well, they don't make good sandwiches now! They don't make good sandwiches now! Well, but back in 1992 they did. Well, fuck 1992! Jesus Christ! Oh, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Malik says, I actually don't 100% understand your argument. I mean, I know when to acknowledge when something is bad at least. But I mean, feels like your argument basically makes it so we would think everything is bad simply so we can demand better. Yes! Yes! You got it! You nailed it! Trust me, Malik. If you haven't seen a great anime in 30 years, it's not good. It's not good. It's only adequate. And it's fine to be adequate, but demand better. Where's your next Akira? Where is the next Akira? Name it. Name the next Ninja Scroll. Where is it? Hard to find. Crusader says, let's be real. Nobody watches The Raid for the story, but being basic doesn't mean it's bad. I'd say, yes! I've never said otherwise. God damn it. But wouldn't The Raid have been awesome? Awesomer. The Raid 2 or The Raid 3 be awesomer if there was a good story along with the good action? It's okay to have both. Why is this... Night of Hope says, no shit, I've been with you from the beginning. We started out agreeing, you drunk ass clown. Crusader says, I feel like Cody Byer would have some great input on the better storytelling topic. No, he wouldn't. Cody's a simp. I'd say it's non-controversial to apply Sturgeon's law, say that 90% of everything sucks. For example, it's pretty hard to find a modern Hollywood film that I give a shit about. Yes! What? Do you guys think I think modern Hollywood films are good? No! It's because there was a peak of Hollywood storytelling and then it fucking leveled off because it got complacent. Yes, you're with me. You're with me. There's all sorts of reasons why things get bad. It's okay. Demand better. What the fuck? Shadows King says, I just want to clarify that I think everything is shit. Nothing brings me joy in my miserable piece of shit life except the pain of others. I probably need serious help or more liquor, whichever comes first. Both, buddy. Trust me from experience. Roger says, for those who are confused, think about the objective versus subjective metrics of art. Every medium or art has both. The problem is that pretending that the subjective equals the objective. Yes! Night of Hope says, I said high art is shorthand for great. Thank you, Night of Hope. I'm drunk. I've drunk a lot of moonshine. I said that word for word a few messages ago. You're having short-term memory loss from alcohol consumption. Akira isn't a great story, by the way. Watched it recently. Several plot holes and a weird ending. And Akira is widely regarded as one of the best anime. And you're not arguing against me. You're with me. We're bullhorning next to each other. Crusader says the industry couldn't even make another Akira today if they tried. You could fit all the people left alive who know how to paint backgrounds like that into a room with plenty of elbow room to spare, and there ain't enough money in the world to pay them. Malik says, I really wish you could get on EFAP and have this discussion. It'd be something great for you and Mahler and Rags to bounce these thoughts off one another. God! I'd go on EFAP in a heartbeat. Simple Jack says, thanks, Raggets, from helping Lord Finatra hit 1K subs. It was really cool. Hail the show. Amateur says, what's the chances of the quartering / geeks and gamers and others winning a class action lawsuit against people making this hit piece on Netflix? Is zero. Arc 5 says, this reminds me of a spat between two moms at school I worked at that ended with you girl a hoe. Everyone know you girl a hoe, and then a fight. Kyle Klukin says, got to Texas arrest.org. You can search for her there. I'm not searching for fucking shit right now. Kyle says, my last super chat listed where to get her mugshot. Lost Bullet says, thought you got away from me, eh? Have you ever wondered what Tess Holliday's fupa smells like? No, I have accidentally left fish in the fridge for 7 weeks. Reddit Silver member says, wonder how often Emmett submits his request for a Twitter blue check mark. He's the blue check mark crowd with the mark, and he probably cries over it. Al Sharpton's Taxes says, Dershowitz is looking for a debater to challenge the third-degree murder is applicable in the Chauvin case. Holler at him. My position on third-degree murder is simple. It's a lesser included offense to second-degree murder, and I have no idea whether or not the facts will sustain the third-degree murder charge. I just believe it's the most appropriate murder charge. I don't necessarily think that they get a murder charge at all. I just think of the murder charges, it's the most likely to get. Darren Wagner says, Ty in the chat, or thank you in the chat so much for helping my friend Lord Finatra out. I was on the phone when he found out. He was so grateful and excited. Good. The guy deserves 1,000 subs at least. That's the least the guy deserves. Serial Fox says, we find the whale guilty of being fat and unfuckable. Wolfgang says, nice moonshine, Nick. Balls or no balls on Fuda? Nope. No, balls. Balls. If you're going to have a giant fucking penis, you better have a set of brass or bronze fucking testicles next to it. I don't know why you guys think this is weird. $200 Studio says, have a fireball chaser on me, Nick. No, fireball is gross. I hate it. I hope it dies. Where are we? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm seeing all the fucking chats. I'm going to die here going through these. Jack Handy, welcome to Paralegal Status, buddy. Woodman Gaming says, locals only. I'm pretty heckin' local. You are local. We should have lunch again sometime. Jackson Kai says, $5 for forgiveness of sins is the best I can do. Thank you. Kevin Gay, Rebel Patriot says, how much for you to do an OnlyFans? More. More is the answer. Andrew War Snowboard says, I only said that because I knew it would make you mad. The story and anime segment has had me rolling. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, define a story and what you mean by good. Generic doesn't auto mean bad. Look, if you're borrowing an archetypal story arc, it doesn't mean bad, but it also doesn't mean good. It just means normal. It's an archetype for a reason. You need to modify the archetype. You need to make it something intriguing and interesting and better than what it is. It's okay. Because I'm curious what you think a good story I agree that BL is lacking, but I suspect for different reasons. No, Black Library is literally just playing on archetypes. That's the whole purpose of it. That's all it does. And it's fine. There's a reason archetypes are archetypes. They're good enough stories. I want something to challenge me and make me grow, and very rarely does a Black Library piece do that. There are some that do that, by the way. I've mentioned one very specifically. I think it's Catechism of Hate. Look, I don't know. But if that's the one, then it's a spot where the human condition is explored through its weakness, through the eyes of a space marine who isn't weak. And through the human condition of weakness, its strength is valued by someone who doesn't share the weakness. It's an external look at humanity that is valuable. And it says, hey, wait a minute. I looked at these people as weak, but instead they're not weak. They're overcoming their weakness. And that is what bravery and courage is. Because bravery and courage is meaningless if you're immune to fear. Space Marines standing in the face of insurmountable odds isn't interesting. Think about this. You're a Space Marine. Genetically and psychoactively conditioned to be immune to the effects of fear. You cannot run away. You would never run away. You would never consider running away because your sense of duty is stronger than your ability to run away, right? So when you're going to die and you know you're going to die, but you stand there anyway, what value is there in that? None. Zero, right? There's zero value in standing against all odds when you're fucking genetically and psychologically conditioned to stand against all odds. However, when that Space Marine who will, for whatever reason, for no reason, stand against all odds to his own death, looks at humans whom he saw break, whom he saw fail, catastrophically, at the worst time, fail and run away. But the next time, they don't break, knowing that they'll die anyway, that their fragile forms will be shattered upon the face of the next charge, that they have no hope, that even if they were to not break and die, they would die an ignominious and inglorious death. No one would recall their names. No one would remember their deeds, and their deeds would largely be inconsequential, but they'll die anyway. He recognizes that. And in that moment, the transhuman and the human learn something about each other that, more importantly, teaches the audience something about themselves, that humans know their limitations and overcome their limitations routinely, and that the overcoming of limitations, not the removal of limitations, but the overcoming of them is what gives value to you as a person. That is good storytelling. That's amazing. And it was probably an accident because Black Library storytellers are fucking bad. It was probably an accident. However, in that moment, they taught you and me something more about being human than we might have otherwise known. That's good storytelling. That's what you should demand from everything. But it's likely an accident. Literally, these are not good writers. They're adequate writers. The best writer in there is Dan Abnett, and he's only okay. Let's be real. Okay. Polio64 says, have you thought of doing a video breakdown of the storytelling elements lacking in anime and games on your media channel? Yes, I've thought about it. Seeing Blind 2 says anime had its chance. Timothy Reaper says, what about Khajiit versus Khajiit Christian erotic fan fiction? That's the Sparrow. Wolfgang Doe says, may we hath the prayer for tendies for all of us. May the Lord bless and strengthen the tendies and its protein distribution in all of the chats Yes. Andrew Haskins says, Akira, good or bad story? Akira's, I mean, I don't know. I remember Akira being good, but maybe it's not good. I don't know. I don't know. I remember Akira being an outlier. Akira is pretty interesting, right? It's a person struggling with their own ability, struggling for identity, and they've done it in a fairly real and compelling way. Their identity and their exploration of it causes friction with people who love them. These are deep themes. I know I'd have to rewatch it. Joshua Vidrine says, the sheer anger from that rant literally just woke me up. You're right that most of us have bad taste. I like interesting stuff. Doesn't have to be good. Me too. Most stuff I like is bad. It's bad. It's bad. Guys, one of my favorite cartoons is Transformers. It's the shittiest storytelling on the planet. I don't care. Nick Naylor says, Jesus fucking Christ, chat be crying. Nick is an entertainer. Calm the toque down. Trico Blunt says, what's so hard to get? You support what you like, but you demand it to be better. If you didn't support it when it was meh, they won't invest in making it good. Thank you. Nova Zero says, wait, are you seriously trying to qualify your opinion when disputing people's bad taste with generalities? Bad tastes are generalities. I mean, that's worse than late and gay. No, it isn't. That's dumb and gay. This is a bad stream. It's a gay stream, correct? Yep. Look, if you think it's a bad and gay stream, yes. Yes, and it is. Demand better. Whether or not I answer you, that's the second question. Bad Vibe says, what the hell, Boomer? Is this a potential white pill stream on a Sunday? Where's the real Boomer law explainer imposter? And he also says, let me see if I can help parse your opinion because just because we think something is good doesn't mean it can't improve. And I think you are saying that these creators need to do better than good enough. Yes! You nailed it. Gothic Nerd Shit says, big talk for someone who hasn't watched the copy of Black Lagoon I sent you. Gothic Nerd Chick, I'm going to start watching it tomorrow. How's that? At least one episode a day. I promise you. I agree with you. Love anime, but I stopped watching for a few years due to the repetitive storytelling. Only recently I am enjoying it again. Thank you. Last bullet says, wait, I read that one. Now let's get back to this shit. Death Trout says, I am well aware Drive Angry is a terrible movie, but I love it anyway. Same for the Meg and Andy Sedaris movies. Edie is best waifu. Yes, you got it. You're with me. 200 Watt Studio says, Nick, here's some money for coffee since it's probably 6 a.m. where you're reading this. You should have gone to sleep. It's only 3 a.m. Joshua Sanabria says, and my life is a little brighter since I found whatever this stream is. Keep up doing whatever this is you're doing. Sneed says, this stream had some really bad storytelling. Nick, can you please do better? No, but I will try. Sneed, I will try to do better, even if it's bad. Look, guys, if you haven't figured out the grift, I have suggested that you should give me money. You should give me a bunch of money, even when I'm bad at doing what I'm doing, in the hopes that I'll be better. How have you not figured this out yet? This is all a grift. It's transparent as fuck. No one important says at this rate, everything is going to be bad, Nick. No, I think books in general have figured out storytelling. I think that movies are close. I think that comic books are close. I think that television shows are getting better. I think that anime is still a ways off and video games are ways off, but I think they can get better. I think they can. I think they need a little more time. Slippery Slope, their rackets, not perfect enough. Also, old equals good. No, old does not equal good. I hate most old movies. I think they're shit. Old does not equal good. However, incubation time helps us. Incubation time helps the medium. And that's okay. It's okay to recognize that they've had time to marinate and grow. And the other things that follow should grow faster. So I'm not saying that movies have been around for 200 years, anime's for 50. Well, anime can't be good for another 150 years. No, 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 no. They get to borrow from movies, they get to borrow from books, they get to borrow from comics and manga, and they get to make things better. I'm not commenting on manga storytelling, by the way. I don't read manga. Manga could be great. Light novels could be great. I don't know anything about them. Not going to comment on them. But I'm saying old does not equal good. Most old shit is actually bad because they had to it's like a plateau, right? Actually, it's probably parabolic and inverted. There's probably a prime storytelling for movies that has been met and then lost and then hopefully will be met again. I think that happened with books. But books have this advantage, and movies will eventually get it, and same with anime, is that in literary fiction, they peaked and then they dropped. But in other aspects of fiction, like sci-fi or horror or whatever, they've peaked at various times that are different than when literary works as a whole have peaked. And that's okay. That's fine. And then when they decline, we should go, hey, wait a minute. Horror genre fiction is better than literary fiction right now. You guys need to get better. Get back to where you were. Thriller fiction is better. Action fiction is better. Sci-fi is better. These things can all have different peaks. Always demand better. Salt says, you wouldn't understand a good story unless you went to college. No, Christ. Oh my God, no. Have I conveyed that message? Guys, in college, critical approaches to literature. The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison is supposed to be a great story because she said Macon County, Georgia on one page and bacon on another page. No, it's not college. It's literally not college. Fucking Christ, no. No. If anything, college made me worse at reading stories. Or no, let me correct that. College curriculums picked worse stories. Applying the principles. Oh, shit. Let me see what's going on here. I'll be right back, guys. Sorry, guys. Had a young one with a bathroom trip in the middle of the night. Had to go take care of that. Wasn't me. I'm fine. Oh God. But anyway, salt, no. College is toxic to your ability to interpret literature. However, let me say this. Not because of college, but by mere exposure, it exposed me to interpreting more literature. Not because of what they taught me, but just because by nature of doing more, because you had to. That was the only benefit of college. It was not the instruction. No one important says nothing is good enough for Nick. That's true. And it shouldn't be good enough for you either. Why would you settle? Andrew says, I love America, but times are rough, and I want it to be made great again. I still support America, though. I get what you're doing there. The Alanator says, are you putting Big Time Plant on your show? If not, it's fine. No, I'm not gonna have Emmett Plant on my show, because all I would do would be make fun of him and have the chat make fun of him, and that's not what I do. 200 Watt Studio says, Nick, MASH was about the Korean War. You were wrong. Did I say it was about Vietnam? I apologize. Redacted says, even if it's good, say it's bad. It's never perfected. Thank you. Wolfgang Deo says, we love you, Nick. We're just trolling your moonshine. You can't troll it hard enough. Tina says, Nick, you are saying you love us now. Maybe you need to stop. No, I love you. I respect you. And I've had a lot of moonshine. Anthony Simon says, just curious, one of my favorites outside the box R-type movies was Donnie Darko. Have you seen it? And if not, why not? I have not, only because I stopped watching movies and TV about 7 years ago. I only recently got back into it. It's on my list of things to watch. It's not personal to Donnie Darko, but my time, look, I haven't talked about this too terribly much. I mentioned it from here and there. During law school and after law school, and then specifically when I started the YouTube channel, my ability to consume media dropped dramatically. I literally, like, if someone's like, it's just a 30-minute show, I'm like, I don't know where I'm going to fit a 30-minute show in my day. Because I have kids all day, I have a wife all day, and then at some point I get to watch something. And so fitting something else in is really, really rare unless I can synthesize that with either watching it with my kids or watching it with my wife. Donnie Darko, probably not with the kids, maybe with the wife. But the time that I have to sit down and watch media with my wife for 2 hours is really limited. It's really limited. And because a couple things. One, I got kids fucking doing shit all day. Two, I've got YouTube doing shit all day where I'm either reading about YouTube stuff, I'm recording YouTube stuff, or I'm getting ready to record YouTube stuff. Like that, it's honestly my entire day. So, I would love to watch Donnie Darko. It's on my list of things. I have no problem with watching it. It's literally just finding the time to do it. Where were we? Salt says, stories are bad. You wouldn't understand without college, but you should complain about it. Advocating critical theory for your undergrad major. No, I'm not. My undergrad major was shit. Literally, critical approaches to literature was one of the dumbest classes we spent an entire semester on Elizabeth Bishop poetry. Who fucking cares about Elizabeth Bishop? This is not good stuff. I'm not advocating critical theory. I'm saying you should be critical about the shit that you watch. Never critical theory, by the way. Let's make a distinction. You being critical about something you watch and demanding better from it is not critical theory. Critical theory takes a particular approach to something. Say, feminist theory, geographical theory, race theory, something like that. And there are many other theories. There's various stuff. It doesn't matter. It takes a particular lens. This is what critical approaches to literature teaches you. You take a particular lens and you look at something, whether or not that lens existed when the thing was created, and you try to derive meaning from it. Look, feminist theory gets a bunch of bullshit, but if you do critical approaches to literature appropriately, and you just take feminist theory and apply it to something that predates feminism, you get interesting results, right? You get to learn something about where feminism was at a different period of time. It doesn't mean that it's right or wrong or anything else. It just means that you can derive some sort of meaning from it. If you implement evangelical Christian hermeneutics to something that was written in 1890, well, you can draw interesting conclusions based on those hermeneutics. And then you draw entirely different meaning if you apply feminist theory or geographical theory or anything else. That's all critical approaches to literature is. Largely, it doesn't tell you if something was good or not. That's not the point of critical approaches to literature, by the way. It doesn't care if something's good or not. It cares about applying a specific set of ideas or ideals and a doctrine to a piece, to a specific project. Whatever comes out of that is what comes out of that. It's whether it's good or not is irrelevant. So no, I'm not advocating the application of critical theory from my undergrad. And let me humbly suggest that the proper application of critical theory has nothing to do with whether something is good or not. And you guys should know that. Critical theory, like applying feminist theory to anything, has nothing to do with whether or not it's good or insightful. It has everything to do with feminist theory. That's the point of it. All right. Jackson Kai says, please do a stream with Ark, Redacted Warhammer. Pretty sure you guys would agree on a ton of this stuff. I love Ark, Warhammer. I love Arch. He's a good dude. I really do like him. I watched his video today. It was great. Wolfgang Deo says, you going to go back to the classics of Plato? No. He says, maybe it's your standards which suck. It's not. It's not. Kolfe 2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, you're not gonads get any sleep before the next stream, Lamau. You're right. Nothing Raven says, Cody was wrong and you should not have conceded. Thank you, Nothing Raven. Davey Crogo says, hey, Nick. DKRE says, some of my favorite anime never got a season 2 because no one bought the merchandise. That's how Japan knows you care about the show. Thank you. I buy a bunch of Gundam models because I don't want the show to end. By the way, guys, you can think something is good and still demand better. Keep up the good work, Nick. Wolfgang Deo says, Naruto has the best storytelling ever. Wolfgang, now I know you're trolling. Eat cyanide. C Goody 564 says, we need a Twitch stream where Pastor Rackets gives a full sermon. Cyber Warrior says, your view on anime is like Twitter's law takes. No, it's not. No One Nowhere says, stand on the shoulders of giants. Yes. But don't stand on their shoulders. Put a step stool on their shoulders at least. At least put a step stool, if not a fucking ladder or a rocket launcher on their shoulders. Andrew Haskin says, the old Hobbit cartoon was an anime style. Is it good storytelling? I have no idea. I'd pay you more to dunk on these weebs. I don't know. I haven't watched the old Hobbit cartoon in probably 25 years. Joshua Sanabria, welcome to Lawyer Status. Peace. Thank you. And Weissmax33 says, most, if not all, anime produced today are just adaptations of manga, light novels, or video games. If we want better shows, we need to support better authors. Thank you. Next. Crusader says, in the case of Hollywood, I don't think the decline derives from the complacency, just from the fact that death cult literally hates us and loves to mock us and make us pay for privilege. Hence the shitty stories, but that's just picking nits. No, you're right. I don't know what the cause is, but different mediums and different times have different reasons for being fucking bad. By the way, guy, you keep asking me what is great storytelling? What is good storytelling? Let me tell you, let me give you an example I don't know how to describe it to you. Go read Ilium and Olympus by Dan Simmons. It is great storytelling. It is great. It is phenomenal. It is beyond your expectations. It's beyond your It's beyond your understanding. It's beyond what you know. It will open you. It will challenge you, and it will change your view of how something happens, and that's great. It's great. If you don't want to read Ilium and Olympus, read the Troy series by David Gemmell. It starts with Lord of the Silver Bow, followed by Shield of Thunder, followed by Throne or Sword of Kings. I don't remember. Fall of Kings. I just looked at it. Those 3 books are great storytelling. They're great. They're great. They, again, shatter your expectations, change your conventions, undermine what you think is coming out of the story. If you want to watch a movie because you hate books, which, by the way, I've hated books for most of my life, I'm with you. I want to watch it, not a movie, but a TV show. Season 1 of Rome. Season 1 of Rome is great storytelling. It is fucking amazing storytelling. Okay? Go watch Rome. Spartacus is not great storytelling. Spartacus is great fucking tits on screen. That's different. Rome is great. There are very few shows that are fucking great. Rome season 2, little lackluster. Rome season 1 is seriously, it is off the charts amazing. Okay? There are examples out there of great storytelling. Great storytelling. Go watch them. Ender's Game, more importantly than Ender's Game, Ender's Shadow is a great story. It's great. And the books that follow Ender's Shadow, the Shadow series, Shadow of the Hegemon, Shadow of the Giant, and Shadow of the whatever the fucking other one is, those are great stories. The Ender's Game storyline, not as great. The Shadow series is great storytelling. So I want to point. People have been asking me. I don't know. Okay, I don't know, and neither do you, how to identify a great story by like some objective means. But I can tell you some great stories, and I can point you to them. Please trust me. I'm not steering you wrong. I'm not. If you read Ilium and Olympus, if you read the Troy series by David Gemmell, if you read the Shadow series by Orson Scott Card, I promise you, you're in for great storytelling. It will change you, it will mold you, it will shape you, and that's what it's designed to do. You'll also enjoy it. But that's not the only thing you'll do. It's not the only thing you'll do, and that's the key. That's the key. Shadow of the Hegemon. Yes, that's the other one. Thank you, 200 Watt Studios. They're fucking great. I don't know how else to say it. All right. Nothing Raven says, chat sounds like they like banana tape to a wall. Cyber Warrior says, anime is greater than books. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. I'm sorry. Mandy, not for story. Look, if you want better animation than books, yeah, anime is fucking great. It's better than books. I love watching Redo of Healer. I am having the most fucking fun watching Overlord right now. I'm watching it with Lady Rackets. I got to season 3 of Overlord, and I told Lady Rackets, I'm like, you gotta watch this with me. Can we watch this together? I know you don't really care for anime, but this is a fun fucking story, and we're watching Overlord together. I love it. I really love it. It's it speaks to me on all sorts of different levels. It's like an EverQuest player who is retired, of someone who has seen something they like die, of all of these things. It speaks to me. It's great. It may be good storytelling. I don't know quite yet. I'm not willing to say that. But it's great. Books are better at conveying stories right now. Right now. The other mediums need a little work. It's okay. It's okay for that. By the way, movies are not the best storytelling methods ever. I want the premiere series. Right now, if you want what I think is pinnacle achievement in storytelling right now, it is the Showtime HBO Star series. I think that has the maximum potential, where you can have 13 to 23 episodes, unfiltered, uncensored, to tell your story. So you get what? Fucking literally 13 to 26 hours of time to tell your story without concern for advertisers, without concern for content or censors. And you can marry the medium with the writing. The potential is off the fucking chain right there. It's off the chain. It's off the charts. I'm not saying they're utilizing it correctly just yet, but that's where all the potential is right now. Breaking Bad is the best of all time. Breaking Bad was great. It's a great story. You're wrong. You're wrong. What's better is 200-watt studio. Tell me what's better. What has more potential than premium series? Band of Brothers is a miniseries. Checks out. The Wire, if you can get past the political message, is fantastic. It is. The Wire, even if you can't get past the political message, is still fantastic. Because, look, I'm as right-leaning as any person, but The Wire is right. The Wire is right. It's a story of a city run by Democrats, and trying to manage that, it's a fucking disaster. You don't need a political message. The political messaging is it's just not correct. The setting is right, and the problems are still right. It's okay. $200-watt studio says anime. God damn it, 200-watt studio. Oh, you run yourself over, you motherfucker. Put your car in neutral and stand in front of it at the bottom of a cliff, and I hope it falls and lands on you like Thelma and Louise, and you die from it. Jesus. Mandy Caravicius says, good night, Nick, and all the fellow Nickers. Good night, Mandy. Cyber Warrior says, Star Wars is best story, Jar Jar is best character. I hate you. I hate you. Oh, my God. Let's see. Couple more and then we're done. Did I read this one? Crusader says, in the case of Hollywood, I don't think the decline derives from complacency, but the fact that the death cult literally hates us and loves to mock us and make us pay for the privilege. Hence the shitty stories, but that's just picking nits. I think I did read that one. He also says, for third-degree murder, wouldn't they just have to get some coroner or expert to say that Chauvin contributed to the death of Floyd via knee on the neck? Kind of. Or would the legal threshold be higher and I'm confusing it for manslaughter? You're very close. The difference between murder and manslaughter, by the way, is the depraved mind status. That's it. That's manslaughter to murder. I think you can show depraved mind on Murder 3. The other element of Murder 3 that is kind of in flux and is weird right now is whether or not you can have Murder 3 where someone directed their acts at an individual but who was not particular. And to me, I think Derek Chauvin was not particularly directing his acts at George Floyd, but rather at whatever perp was there at that time. I think that's the distinction. That's where uncivil law and I disagree. And frankly, to uncivil law's credit, I might be wrong on that. That's just how I'm reading what the appeals court is saying, and they might be wrong on that too. They might be wrong on that too. We'll see. But no, you're really not far off. It's a depraved mind aspect that is the difference between, manslaughter and murder. He may not be guilty of anything, by the way. We have to consider that possibility. It is consistently being a more likely outcome. A10 Warthog says there's a fundamental problem is that anime cuts too much away from the source material due to 24-minute time frame for ads as well as plot holes and too many of the same tropes. However, in a live stream, explain how anime storytelling is bad. Look, I think you're telling a joke, but you just did. You just did in one chat. Night of Hope says Akira is definitely above average. I wouldn't say it's supremely well written. It doesn't have to be. Things don't have to be supremely well written to be good. A lot of the dialogue is whatever. Also, the day is saved by some F slur that's barely a character and is named Canada. Canada. When the hell was the last time Canada saved anything? Never. Crusader says, I assure you, Nick, light novels are not great. He says, by the way, Nick, the brisket was a big hit with the Fam Bam and Friends. Hope yours turned out well, too. God bless and have a fun hangover, lol. Yeah, I think mine will turn out good. We'll see. Wolfgang Dale says, how is the brisket? Also, I'm getting paid to attend college. The brisket's going well. It's going well. I flipped it. I started it off with the fat cap down, so the fat cap would protect the meat from the initial heat that was going on until a bark was developed. I flipped it a little while ago, and we're going to see how that goes. I'm going to wrap it when it hits the right temp. We'll see. Wolfgang Dale says, the idea that the best way to get great storytelling is to spend money on it is stupid. If you get those JoJo people going, they will buy all kinds of crap anime merchandise, support their cause, but I guess poor me has no voice. Fuck y'all. No, you should have a voice, but I'm just telling you, money speaks, man. I don't know. That's just how it is. A10 Warthog says, which is true. Very true. Polio64 says, I wonder if you could have just finished reading the lawsuit in this time. Probably, but probably not because I'm also drinking. Cypher Warrior says, best pizza has pineapple on it. Fuck. God damn it, Cypher Warrior. Stop it. Okay, guys, that's it. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight on a random Sunday stream. Crusader says, what do you use for your spice rub on brisket? I use salt, coarse pepper, and garlic, but I'm looking for good suggestions to spice it up, so to speak. I don't know. The spice rub I got for this one was used by a friend of mine who makes really good brisket. I know it has some brown sugar. I know it has some cayenne. I know it has some paprika. I don't know what all's in it. Personally, salt and pepper that's all you really need for brisket. Salt, pepper. The best brisket in the world, by just about everybody's standard, is fucking Franklin's Barbecue in Austin. All they use is 1 part coarse salt, 1 part coarse ground pepper. That's it. Everything else from a seasoning perspective is taste. I don't think it matters that much. I've got some brown sugar. Sugar helps caramelization, which helps that Maillard effect and creates a nice thick bark. But you don't need it. You don't need it for that. That's what I'm just using my buddy's bark, my buddy's rub. God, it sounds fucking gay. That's what I'm using right now. Shadows King says, bet you won't say Tetris has a bad story to my face, motherfucker. I'll wreck your shit, Nikki. Tetris is shit storytelling, but the most fun gameplay I can imagine. Cyber Warrior says, just kidding. Mushrooms are best. Look, I love mushrooms on pizza. Way better than pineapple. All right, guys. That's the show tonight. By the way, I watched a video today about Demon Souls. The Demon Souls remake and how they included an item in a place that was new and it was completely fucking original to the original game. And that is what we need in video games, way more than storytelling, by the way. Go watch it. It's from like 3 months ago, but basically the long and short is Demon Souls added an item to an area that didn't exist in the previous game, and it took a long fucking time for everyone to figure it out. And the developers of Demon Souls thought about all the ways people might try and cheat, and they headed them off and made them go through a thing. As much as I bitch about storytelling in video games, what is more important than storytelling in video games is that the developers care enough to engage the community, engage their feedback, and give thoughtful fucking additions and creations. That's more important. It's the penetrator armor set. Thank you, DP. That is more important than storytelling in video games, and that's okay. Give me thoughtful additions to gameplay, because why I play video games and why you play video games is gameplay over story. Story is a secondary consideration. We can demand better stories. It's okay. Give me gameplay first. Make it thoughtful. Make it considerate. Understand what's going on in your game and show the community that you care. That will make better video games faster than story ever will. Okay? But that being said, I watched that video today. I encourage you guys to watch it. It's really fascinating to see what the community did in Demon Souls to figure this out. And that's something, if you want something that you can't get from books right now, where books are like, because I'm shitting on video games and anime. I get it. You guys think I hate video games and anime. I'm like, books. I'm not. Let's put a point down where books are fucking blown away by video games and anime, okay? Community involvement and investment is way higher in anime and in video games than it is in books. And that is as valuable as storytelling. I think people misunderstand me. They think, oh, Nick's a story snob or whatever. No. The community involvement and investment in anime and video games is so fucking far above a book that it's crazy town. Even the like diehard fans of Harry Potter and Twilight and 50 Shades or whatever, these massively successful franchise books, they don't care. They want the author to tell them what's in the book, and they don't care about what's in the book. They're not trying to contribute in the same way that anime and video game players are, right? We want to involve ourselves in the story. We want to help the writers make a better game, better story, better gameplay, better engagement, better anime, better animation, better plot lines, better character developments. We're pouring our own fucking souls back into these things, hoping they'll be better. This is where I think people misunderstand me. I'm not actually valuing story above other elements. Just talking about it because it is a weakness for anime and video game fans in general. However, they have advantages in many other areas, and one of the great areas that there are is community involvement. And on the video on Demon Souls, like talking about the community going through and trying to find these pieces to a puzzle that didn't exist before is amazing. It's something you wouldn't get. You wouldn't get it out of 50 Shades. You wouldn't get it out of Harry Potter, and you wouldn't get it, even though those fan bases are bigger and potentially more engaged. They're not as invested. They're not as invested as a video game player. Look, you're paying $60 for Demon Souls plus $700 or $600 or whatever for a fucking PlayStation. Basically, right now for Demon Souls, to have Demon Souls, your investment is almost $1,000. Your investment for any given Harry Potter book is $20, no matter when it comes out. Demon Souls is $1,000. And that investment translates not linearly, but practically into the community's involvement in the project and in the exploration of the project. And that's something that anime and video games have over literature forever. You've got people way more invested in the property. Use that investment, by the way, to play on the strengths. I love what Demon Souls did. I think it's great. That's playing on the strengths. But also demand the better storytelling. And let me be clear, I've said the storytelling in the Souls games is actually pretty good because you don't have to engage it. And I think it's irrelevant to the gameplay aspects and the more important aspects of the video game. I think it's actually one of the better done stories in video games right now. So I'm not shitting on that at all. I'm just saying that there's more opportunity for engagement and involvement. And that is a place that video games and anime have a big leg up over anime, or over literature, over literary books, over printed text. And I don't actually overvalue or undervalue those things. I value them pretty much equally. So that being said, thank you all. Trident Titan says, what do you think of the story of Avatar, The Last Airbender? Have you watched it? No and no. I don't think of it. No, I haven't watched it. I don't know if it's good or bad. I don't really care. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Nain to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nain to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nain to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are.